It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, July 31st, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. And yes, I am not coming to you from our New York City studio. It is a beautiful day in New York City. Unfortunately, I am not in the studio. I am over there. Yes, over here in a familiar spot to a lot of you, I would imagine. I'm home today for this simple reason. I had a hellacious travel day yesterday. I only got to bed at around 4:45 a.m. It took me about 16 hours to get home from Las Vegas. And, well, by the time I went to bed and then had to wake up and also have to leave tomorrow morning to Dallas for our big Jake Paul, Nathan Diaz fight week, it didn't make sense. It couldn't be done to be in studio. But we are here, we are live, and we have so much to discuss. And we've done these before, so have no fear. It's the same old, same old. And what a show we have for you on this post-pay-per-view Monday. Man, oh man, what a weekend in combat sports. I am hyped. I'm excited. I'm still buzzing from Saturday night. You know, we talked about last week how we don't love when there's dual pay-per-views in the world of combat sports. Certainly don't love it when it's in MMA. But even when it's in MMA versus boxing, even when it's in MMA versus wrestling or wrestling, I like to focus on one thing. In the end, though, if you were home and we're watching both at the same time, the boxing in Las Vegas, Terence Crawford, Errol Spence, the MMA, the UFC in Salt Lake City, UFC 291, even if you stayed up and you are a completely crazy person and stayed up to watch Bellator Rising in Japan, you had a great night. It was a magical night of fights all across the board. And the best part about it, no controversy, no drama, no judging issues, no reffing issues, just good, clean action. Some surprising results, some tremendous virtuoso history-making performances, and we're going to be talking about all of them on today's program here on this lovely final day in the month of July. I always get a little bit sad on the final day in July because that means, you know, we're approaching, you know, the end of summer and back to school and all that stuff. So July, my favorite month. I am biased. Everyone's happy in July. It's the Saturday of the calendar year. And so this is the final day in July 2023. And so let's end it on a high note. At the start of a massive week for all of us, as you heard last week, we are taking the show on the road for just the second time in its illustrious history. We are going to Dallas and we'll be giving you 2 more shows this week. So 3 shows total. Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern from the open workouts in Dallas, and then Friday at around 6 Eastern after the ceremonial weigh-ins. As always, today's program brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but this program as well. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today, and please do use the code THEMMA for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code THEMMA only at DraftKings, and Lord knows there's a lot to like these days. Not only do you have Paul and Diaz this Saturday, but you also have the return of Corey Sandhagen and Tatiana Suarez on that UFC Nashville card. I also want to let you know that today's program is sponsored by our good friends over at DAZN. Yes, DAZN is the only place to watch Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz live on August 5th. In fact, I do believe it was maybe just announced. Is it just announced? I don't know. It's hard to see everything. Was it announced? Was the other news regarding the pay-per-view announced? Let's see. Was it announced? Not yet. All right, I'll talk about that when it gets announced. For now, DAZN is your place to watch Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz. Obviously, over the last 18 months, Paul and Diaz have been going back and forth, and now this is it. This is the moment of truth. Jake Paul coming off that devastating loss to Tommy Fury back in February. And of course, we just found out yesterday, Tommy Fury versus KSI on October 14th. And now here is Nathan Diaz leaving the UFC after 15 years in the company. The icon himself, one of the most beloved fighters in the history of mixed martial arts, trying to be the first MMA fighter to defeat Jake Paul. in the squared circle. With DAZN, you can watch on any device, TV, console, mobile, or more. Again, watch Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz Saturday, August 5th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Sign up at DAZN.com. Thank you very much to DAZN for their support, and I'm very excited to be working for them on this particular call for this broadcast. It is going to be great working with Todd Grisham and Sean Porter and the rest of the team over there. I can't wait to get over to Dallas to do the damn thing and to finally get the answer to this question: Nathan Diaz or Jake Paul? And I think the odds are moving again in the favor of Jake Paul. So a lot of people this week in Las Vegas were asking me, what do you think? Can he do it? A lot of people have a soft spot, obviously, for Diaz and want to see him prevail. It's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Saturday at the home of your Dallas Stars and Frank's, the American Airlines Center in beautiful Dallas, Texas. All right, what are we doing on today's program? Back into the show, we are going to be joined by Dustin Poirier. What a guy, right? Dustin Poirier coming off that devastating loss on Saturday in Salt Lake City, knocked out for the first time in 7 years. His first non-title fight loss since his loss to Michael Johnson, that same fight back in 2016. A shocking loss, and the comparisons obviously were made to the Leon Edwards head kick knockout against Kamaru Usman in the same building, albeit a different name last year, but same building in the same city in the same state. Crazy. Didn't happen in the same round, but no one saw that coming. I'll admit, I thought Poirier was going to win that fight. And so shout out to Justin Gaethje. Congrats to him on a tremendous performance. But here's Dustin Poirier, kind enough to join us on this Monday, less than 48 hours removed from that fight, to talk about what happened and where he goes from here. The consummate pro, and great to see the scenes afterwards of them hugging and embracing, and just a lot of love and respect from the two of them. And maybe we'll see a third fight at some point down the line. We're going to talk about all that and more on the program. So he'll join us at around 4 o'clock Eastern time. At 3:30, we're going to be joined by Rose Namajunas, and I do believe her first interview since the last time she was on the show, which was shortly after that Carla Esparza loss in May of 2020. It's been 14 months, if my math is correct, since her last fight. There was some talk about whether or not she would walk away, whether or not she would fight again. Here she is coming back in September against Manon Fiorot, moving up to 125 in Paris. So a lot to discuss with Rose Namajunas. Obviously, her teammate and friend Justin Gaethje had a big win on Saturday, but very curious to see where she's at, how she's feeling, why the move to 125. We'll talk to her at about 3:30. We're going to recap the weekend in bets, of course. I was very happy to see the Parlay boys prevail without me. I hope they win every single week from here on out. Yes, that would be great, so I don't have to do it anymore. I would love that. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Bobby King Green, who had the massive win over Tony Ferguson on Saturday. Talked to him about the win and Ferguson's response to his loss, some of the accusations. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Wonderboy Thompson, who was supposed to be fighting this past weekend. And unfortunately, Michel Pereira, his opponent, missed weight by 3 pounds. And Wonderboy said, no thanks. Remember, Darren Till, 7 years ago in Liverpool, missed weight by 3.5 pounds, and he took that fight and lost it by a very close margin. I thought he actually won the fight. And so he referenced that in his statement, and he said, it's just too risky. And I agree with him. At this point in his career, with his age, coming off a nice win, he shouldn't be in that position. Consummate pro, never miss weight. So we'll talk to Wonderboy about that decision and where he goes from here. And prior to that, we'll be joined by Jiří Procházka, the former UFC light heavyweight champion, who we presume will be fighting Alex Pereira next. Pereira, who defeated Jan Blachowicz in a very close fight on Saturday in the co-main event. Get his thoughts on that, Jamal Hill's injury, when he may return, all that and more. So we got a lot to talk about, guys. Golly, there's a lot going on. Obviously, UFC 291 headlined by Justin Gaethje versus Dustin Poirier. And what a win it was for Justin Gaethje, the head kick knockout. I saw the clips of the watch party, GC and Mike Heck going crazy. Everyone was going crazy. Didn't see that coming, especially a head kick knockout. Gaethje not known for throwing that, and he got it done in the second round. Alex Pereira defeating Jan Blachowicz via split decision. I scored it in favor of Pereira, gave him the second and third rounds. Derek Lewis knocking out Marcos Rogerio de Lima in just 33 seconds with the flying knee. Unbelievable. And then announcing afterwards, after he took off his shorts, of course, and gave everyone the old DX crotch chop multiple times, tremendous form, I thought, that he's a free agent. So what's going to happen there? Bobby Green defeating Tony Ferguson via arm triangle choke in the third round. Tough scene for Ferguson. What's his future? Kevin Holland submitted Michael Chiesa via Darce in the first round. That was a very impressive win by Kevin Holland. Other big winners, Gabriel Bonfim, CJ Vergara, Roman Kopylov, Jake Matthews, Uros Medic, and Miranda Maverick. Obviously, on the other side of the equation in Las Vegas, Terence Crawford putting on a virtuoso performance against Errol Spence Jr. He is now the undisputed champion at 147. First undisputed champion in the four-belt era at 147. He's now the WBC, the IBF, WBA, and WBO champion. He was just the WBO champion going into this fight. Now there is just one, and perhaps more impressive, first man in the four-belt era to be undisputed champion in two different weight classes. He was undisputed champion at super lightweight, which is 140, and now he became undisputed champion at 147. The only other fighter to do that is New York Rick's favorite fighter, Clarissa Shields, on the women's side of things. So massive, massive, massive accomplishment for Bud. I was honored to be there for Showtime and TNT Sports. And what a scene was, what a fight it was. Dropped him in the second, twice in the seventh, finished him in the ninth. Unbelievable stuff. As perfect of a performance as you can get. Maybe you give Spence the first round, maybe. But to see a guy at that level, 39-0 going into the fight, do that to Spence, who I had questions about after the accident and the eye injury, didn't seem like the same guy, and that's not taking anything away from Bud. It just seemed like Bud was on a different level. And now we wait and see if Spence will go and trigger the rematch clause, we presume, and what weight would it be at? There was some talk of 154. Would he want it to be at 154 or do it again at 147 to try to get his belts back? Golly, there's a lot to talk about. Who was the star of the weekend, New York Rick? What do you think?
I'm going to say Bud Crawford. Just because of the stakes, like the fact that now I think he becomes everybody's number one pound-for-pound fighter. I think that he won the weekend, but it'd be hard, like Justin Gaethje's performance, it'd be hard to compare UFC against Bud Crawford, right? Like I feel like of the two, it's not necessarily Gaethje on his own. It's more like the behemoth that is the UFC pay-per-view system right now. It is the train that keeps on rolling. So it might be like UFC versus Bud, but I'm gonna say if we're picking an individual, it has to be Bud. It has to be Terence Crawford.
What do you think, GC?
Yeah, I guess if we're saying who won the weekend, yeah, I'll say Terence Crawford just because of how good he looked against such a formidable opponent. Who was the star of the weekend, though? The answer to that question is Derek Lewis. I mean, the knee heard around the world. If you are watching live, it was just one of the most incredible things. Just from him attempting a flying knee, then getting to see the replay, it landed flush, gets the finish. He was also like a plus 200 underdog. A lot of people were saying this man was cooked. This was like his bounce back. He really did have the six-pack. Puts him out, then takes the pants off, then jumps up on the cage, throws the gloves into the crowd. I mean, it was just a magical moment. Hit the Bobby Shmurda dance. It was fantastic.
By the way, you skipped right over the best part of the whole celebration, the DX crotch chop.
Oh yes, throwing this up. I mean, it just got better and better and better, and then like he killed the interview. And yeah, now I'm looking forward to see what Derek Lewis does as a free agent. It was, to me, that was like the best moment of the night. Obviously, the Gaethje head kick was unbelievable. The performance from Crawford was unbelievable. But like what I found to be most entertaining, my star of the night was Derek Lewis.
Yeah, it's funny with Lewis, like he's back. To your point, people thought he was done, writing him off. Maybe this is going to be like a Ferguson situation where we're going to be sad on Monday and talk about, should he call it a career or go fight somewhere else? And then he has that amazing performance, and then he has that amazing celebration, and then he's great on the mic, and then he just drops the nugget that he's a free agent. And you're like, whoa, like his stock cannot be higher right now after a losing streak. And then you
Six-pack,
naturally
too.
think
Guy's
of
got a
the
six-pack.
six-pack. Yeah, he looked great all week. He actually legit had a six-pack. We thought he was kidding at media day. And then you naturally think of the Francis fight. And then you are reminded that they had one of the worst fights ever just a few years ago. But you're also reminded of the fact that he was supremely injured, Derek was in that fight, and Francis was going through some mental stuff after the Stipe loss. That would be the biggest fight that the PFL could put on now. He's now the front runner, but I would be shocked if the UFC is like, yeah, okay, cool, Black Beast, like, we're happy for you to walk over there and fight Francis Ngannou and get your $2 million. No way are they going to do that. And by the way, Derek, rightfully so, he said all the right things afterwards. Said, like, I'd love to be back. I love this place. That's the thing that you should say when you're there. But I'm curious to see how big of a push PFL will make, and how willing the UFC will be to just like lay on lay over and just like be like, yeah, cool, you can walk over to the other side of the street after we just built you for the last few years.
I mean, completely fair point. I do think Derek Lewis has a lot of good leverage right now. Like because one of the things that keeps fighters in the UFC that wouldn't necessarily keep somebody like Derek Lewis, in my opinion, is like the chase of a title, the like I'm still in my prime kind of thing, where it's like I want to be in the best organization in the world, where they have the top fighters fighting for the UFC gold. I think Derek Lewis is in an advantageous position where he could come to PFL and be like, look, I know my career is kind of like winding down. I don't know if I'm going to climb back that mountain. You pay me one really nice payday, I'll fight Francis Ngannou. And I think you can sell that fight. I know the first fight was a stinker, but I think there's almost like a no way that happens again type feeling. Like these two knockout artists, if they get in there together, I feel like most people will like be able to erase that first fight and think that there's going to be fireworks. If you're somebody like Derek Lewis, if they can make that price work on this fight, I think he's in good position to take it. I could see a world because
don't get me wrong. A lot of the fans of today probably didn't even watch that first fight. A lot of the fans of today probably don't even know that they fought each other. That's 1,000% the biggest fight that they can make. Of the people who could be available, my point is, and if I'm Derek, I'm not getting $2 million from the UFC for a fight. There's no way they're offering him that. And then whomever he can fight afterwards in their pay-per-view super fight division. My point is, I just think the UFC will make it very hard for him to even look at that offer. Remember, this isn't pro basketball where it's like July 1st, you're a free agent, you can do whatever you want. There's a whole bunch of hurdles that have to.
I see what you're saying.
Be
the
over.
bureaucratic
you know what I mean?
red tape beyond.
Yes. The matching clause and this and that.
If
all
we're
this
just talking
nonsense.
singular paydays, though, like somebody like Derek Lewis, how many UFC fights could he realistically have left? Right? Like.
No,
maybe
business-wise, it makes all the sense in the world.
It makes a lot of sense to try to maximize the single payday here. And then, to be honest, like if PFL has a value for him beyond the Francis fight, if he beats Francis, it's the ceiling comes off his potential earnings. If he doesn't, there's still potentially valuable fights out there. Derek Lewis will be one of the instant names that PFL could use that they wouldn't have been able to use previously. Financially, it feels like there's a lot of sense in this. It feels like there's a lot of sense in the potential Derek Lewis versus Francis Ngannou fight for the PFL and for Lewis.
All due respect to Derek Lewis, I don't want to bury the lead here. I agree with what you're saying, GC, but Justin Gaethje was, in my opinion, the star of 291, so let's give him his due.
Yeah.
Loses to Dustin Poirier 5 years ago in a tremendous fight. Wondering where he's at in his career. It's interesting. That fight, in many respects, represented a shift in the way in which he fought. He used to just be like this Tasmanian devil, this human car crash who would just go out there and throw caution to the wind, and it was kill or be killed. But he has noted since then he has become a much more measured and relaxed fighter. And his coach, Trevor Whitman, loves to say controlled chaos. So yes, you can be yourself, you can be chaotic, but you need to control it. You need to sort of like harness that chaos and not be so reckless because then you get hit and then you get knocked out. And so here we get to see the evolution of Justin Gaethje coming off a nice win over Rafael Fiziev. All right, can he implement that controlled chaos? Will the old Gaethje come out? Meeting the old foe, the one who finished him back in 2018. And so I was very curious to see which version of him would show up. Poirier has looked very good as of late. Obviously, his only 2 losses in the last, 7 years have been title fights to the champ, to Khabib, to Charles Oliveira. So, all right, let's see. can he get back in the mix? We were talking about a potential Poirier title fight if he wins, a maybe Gaethje title fight if he wins as well. And first round, I thought it went to Poirier. 2 of the judges gave it to Dustin Poirier. Second round, though, obviously is when it ended. And as Dustin Poirier said, he set it up beautifully and he nailed him with that hit kick. And the similarities to the Leon one is just crazy. But it was shocking. It was shocking to see. I thought this fight wasn't going to go the distance. I was on the record saying that. I thought it would go into the championship rounds. I thought that they would, equal each other out maybe for the first 3 or so rounds. It would be a fun fight. And I thought Dustin Poirier was going to win. I'll be 100% honest. I thought he was going to win the fight. And so massive credit to Justin Gaethje here. And it does, in fact, seem as though he is in prime position to fight the winner of Charles Oliveira versus Islam Makhachev on October 21st. We know that's happening. Volkanovski obviously has a say in the matter. I would say he has a better it's interesting. If Charles Oliveira wins, I would say Gaethje's chances of getting the fight maybe go down just a little bit because he has the loss to Oliveira. Of course, can't ignore the fact that Oliveira lost to Makhachev and he's getting the rematch. But if Makhachev wins, I think he has a much better chance of getting it. And perhaps if Makhachev wins, Volkanovski's chances go down. And maybe if Oliveira wins, his chances go up. You guys get what I'm saying here? In other words, do we think that was enough to get him the title shot? And then, of course, here comes Conor McGregor. Here comes Michael Chandler. Everyone's nipping at his heels. The Conor fight can't be ignored, but his situation is very complicated at the moment. And, of course, there's Chandler there, and we just had The Ultimate Fighter, which is about to wrap up, and who knows what the hell is going on and when he's going to fight again. It seems like he's in prime position. I can't think of anyone else who would be ahead of him right now at 155. So what do you guys think? How does this play out? New York Rick?
Sorry, I was a bit distracted there for a second. Start with GC.
What happened?
I mean, he's typing up a storm over here, man. I think he's doing some work on the side. I mean, you just said it. Like, who's going to be in front of him at 155? He was number 3 going into this fight. He head kicked Dustin Poirier, into the oblivion to move past him at number 2. Charles Oliveira is fighting Islam Makhachev in October, so. Let's say Islam wins. I mean, it's down to Volk and it's down to Gaethje. Gaethje coming off a highlight reel. I think the fashion in which he won is good for his case, especially coming off the Fiziev win as well. It's down to Gaethje and Volk, and I mean, I don't know, like who would Gaethje fight? Like, what does he need? Like, if there's one more. Then who's he getting in the octagon with? I feel like, especially at the stage of the career he's at, about to turn 35, I feel like he'll wait until he gets the title shot.
Yeah, I mean, he likes to take time off in between fights. So, waiting for the winner of that October fight isn't a big deal. I also think if you look at how they handled the last BMF champion, Jorge Masvidal, gave him a title shot, which kind of helped just sort of like erase that title. What someone told me long ago, his first name rhymes with Kale and his last name rhymes with Punnin. You don't want that BMF champ to defend the title because then you have to get into the pay-per-view points game. And so giving Justin Gaethje a title shot now after that kind of allows that BMF belt to sail off into the night.
It's not immediately going to be on the line as well. He's not going to bring the BMF belt to.
No,
to the
I mean Masvidal didn't do it.
And
well, that's why I thought Leon Edwards is the lineal BMF champion because Masvidal lost to Usman and then Leon beat Usman.
We need to make the silver a homestay here. We need
don't.
this constantly.
We need to get rid of it.
Maybe
right?
move it around divisions.
I
I saw you hating, man. I mean, you were hating all week on the silver, bro.
I hate it. By the way, what's worse? People like campaigning to be the backup fighter, which is kind of quieted down, thank God, or people campaigning for a BMF title. Again, it is the stupidest thing. If I'm Islam Makhachev on this Monday, I'm like, what are all you talking about? I'm the baddest motherfucker in this division. I'm the guy. I climbed the ladder. I won the belt. What is all this BMF talk? And then to hear Bruce Buffer say it, and on a night where, a few thousand miles away, Terence Crawford is legitimately making history for unifying all the belts in one of the best divisions in boxing. And the irony of the company that has been telling us for years that, oh no, we put on real fights and we don't water down our divisions and we don't water down our titles. And you just put this fake title on the line for what? It is so insulting.
Everything you just said, but who's got the belt that says BMF on it? Justin Gaethje. I mean,
Yeah,
I
and
don't make the rules. I
was
follow what
Islam,
the
I'd be
belt says.
pissed.
So
I'd be pissed.
Islam has come out before and been like, that's a Mickey Mouse belt. Like that's like
He's
right,
nonsense.
of
He doesn't care
Yeah,
about it.
why would he not?
So I don't think we're of much concern of like Islam campaigning to have the BMF belt on the line. I think, he has taken the stance that you have, Ariel. Like he thinks it's jokes. The other thing I was going to say in regard to Justin Gaethje is he's somebody who's been talking about like walking away from the game and like leaving and retiring for like years now. So I expect that he's got title shot firmly in his mind, and that's basically it.
I mean, they threw out the Conor idea to him.
Yeah.
And he's just like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like I feel like it's title shot.
A couple other shots in there too, right?
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't the only thing he said.
But by the way, he's been the one. Every time Conor's name comes up, he's been the one that kind of took that stance. Most people kind of try to play the game a little bit more, like, that'd be a money fight. I'll dominate. Justin Gaethje's been pretty staunch on like that guy's not a real fighter. I don't want to fight him, but I'll take the payday. So he didn't really change his stance now that the fight seems like it's actually possible. He's always kind of been pretty consistent with that. But yeah, he's not a fan of Conor McGregor.
One other credit I'll give to Justin Gaethje, I just have to say, as we're giving him all his flowers, the backflip is just such a feat, especially at his age now. I mean, he's almost 35 and he just does
Is it not terrifying?
He looks so athletic. Could you imagine hanging out with Justin Gaethje at the pool? Like, I feel like he's a beast in the pool, like doing backflips, doing all these crazy things off the diving board. I mean, the backflip, to climb up and do that and land it flush while dodging Poirier and Herb Dean, like that's how fast he did it. They were still on the ground. I mean, the backflip is a thing of beauty from Gaethje.
I had to look this up because I thought I remembered it, but he actually got suspended once in WSOF in Colorado because of the backflip, because they're afraid that he's going to land on somebody.
Yeah, he came close to Poirier and Herb Dean on Saturday.
Yeah.
Can't be good on the knees either.
The ankle too?
Everything.
Like I'm always so afraid of the impact.
Alexander Kaley of Missed Fists fame would better know this, but I believe there's been fighters who have like injured themselves in celebrations like that before. So
remember Terence McKinney injuring himself? I know it wasn't that, but like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
There was one recently.
Johnny Walker with the worm.
Yes, but we saw some. I saw it, I think, on Kaposa's feed. Like someone got injured in the first second, or was it when he was
running out of the
octagon? Stomping into the cage. Yeah.
Very Ben Davis-like in that regard. Not quite.
Shout out.
Ben. Yeah. Almost fell off the thingy. No, he's unbelievable. Better. Okay, so who has a better shot of fighting? Like, if you looked into your crystal ball, Conor McGregor's next fight, is it against Chandler? If I was to put out the Twitter poll or the X poll right now, is it Chandler, Gaethje, or none of the above?
None of the above.
Wow. He's not fighting anyone?
Feels like Chandler's dying
just not
for
any
it.
of those two people.
Gaethje is Chandler fighting someone else? Is Chandler fighting someone else? Wow. Is it? Would you do
Conor
Chandler
McGregor
Gaethje
is
too?
clearly Conor McGregor is Gaethje waits for a title shot. Conor McGregor is clearly over fighting Michael Chandler. That's done. There's no interest from him anymore.
Why is that though?
He's made that very clear. Why?
What changed? Yeah.
It just cooled off. And also like there's people with bigger names and more money to be made than Michael Chandler.
It's cooled off. They did an entire tough season dedicated.
Yeah, what are you talking about? It's not even over.
Dedicated every Tuesday night the entire summer to this matchup.
That was actually months ago at this point now. Conor McGregor's had 10 different things happen to him since. It's way in the rear view, clearly.
I feel like we got a decent amount of deleted tweets from Conor about the Gaethje thing, but he still got up the KO him one shot guarantee.
To the point that now even Michael Chandler is campaigning to fight Gaethje. Like he realizes the Conor McGregor ride is over. So yeah, I don't see a world where he fights Michael Chandler.
So weird. What's a bigger fight? Chandler McGregor or Gaethje McGregor?
Gaethje, just based on
he
has a BMF belt. He just knocked out Dustin Poirier.
Where he's at in his career, I mean, he's 25-4, and every one of his fights is just like fireworks, electric from the
But I think
jump.
Chandler's a more famous and popular fighter right now. No? After Tough, I think so. Chandler's got a thing.
Tough.
He's got his
Who's
podcast.
watching Tough other than GC and AK Lee?
At the end of the day, you put McGregor in there with either of them, it's doing insane numbers.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. It doesn't really matter. It's Conor McGregor who's driving that
and I think both fights would be awesome.
Michael Chandler lost momentum, 100%, and it's because he played it right every step of the way to this point. He appealed to Conor, right? Conor is the one you need to convince. It's not like, wow, think of this fantasy matchup between myself and Connor. He needed to get Connor to buy into the idea that he was fighting Michael Chandler. Connor bought in. Now it's weeks and months later, and Connor has not bought in anymore, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Okay, perhaps the more interesting question is, what does Dustin Poirier do? Because at the post-fight press conference, and obviously we're going to talk to him, he's not interested in some of these up-and-comers. You know, he's done his job in his career. He's fought everyone at this point. I mean, you look at his record, and it's just unbelievable. The resume, the names there. It's every single name who was available at 155. He also fought at 45. I don't know.
I have an answer.
I think I know what you're going to say.
It's the
guy
one answer.
fighting this weekend?
No, this weekend.
Nate Diaz.
Oh, that's a fun fight. No, it's somebody with way more heat than that. It's Colby Covington. Dustin Poirier versus Colby Covington.
Stop.
Do the fight.
What?
It's the time.
At 170?
Yeah, at 170. 55. Look, Dustin Poirier had a great run at 55, one of the best 55ers ever. The title has eluded him. He held the interim strap. I'm good. I don't need to see him fighting 55ers anymore. Forget the weight cut. He's a huge 55er. Don't need him to cut any more weight to 55. Dustin Poirier, Colby Covington. The heat is 100% real. Look, if Colby Covington won the title, I don't even mind Dustin Poirier getting a title shot. I don't even mind it. Dustin Poirier debut at 170, title shot versus Colby Covington. And if you're Dustin, who kind of like poo-pooed that fight for a while, it seems like the prospects at 55 just got harder. 170 path to a title, do it. That's the fight. Now, it sucks for guys like Bilal Muhammad.
Yeah, dude.
Like, I feel for him.
I'm thinking this through here. Like, oh man.
But Dustin Poirier is
Wonder Boy.
It sucks for all of Wonder Boy.
I mean, Dustin Poirier coming off of a loss, making his debut at 170, getting a title shot. I understand the scenario you're breaking down, but like,
sorry,
Bilal sitting
boys.
on the sideline with 9 straight wins.
Okay,
boys. It's the biggest
fight. If
Colby
Colby loses to Leon, then it makes a lot more sense.
Now we're really talking. That's
I'll
a beautiful
I was
going to
say to you, are you just assuming that he's going to lose? Are you predicting a loss?
No.
Then it makes more sense. Dustin kind of, and I'll ask him this question, but like even at the post presser, I believe someone asked him about 170. He always is a little lukewarm. He says, I walk around at 183. It's possible, but he's not that big.
Title shot. Dustin,
come on.
It's time.
By the way,
170 title shot.
I think
Colby Covington.
I think Saturday's result is really interesting between Jake and Nate, because if Nate wins, he has all the power leverage in the world, and he's been very open about the fact that he wants to go back to the UFC. And I think we all sort of think that McGregor, we were just talking about McGregor's next fight, it could end up just being Diaz. If he loses a lot of that leverage and power and momentum and all that. If Conor just isn't available, if he's not coming back, whatever the case is, the next big fight is Poirier, right? Like, this fight is legit, like 5-6 years in the making. They were supposed to fight at MSG, the back and forth. Who wouldn't sign up for Poirier Diaz?
It's perfect. Poirier Diaz at 170.
McGregor
Poirier
Paul?
beats, whatever. Poirier beats
McGregor Paul.
Poirier beats Nate. Title shot. Colby Covington, assuming he wins. Title shot.
Then it's a little bit more, digestible, in my opinion.
Poirier is one of the.
I'd love to see Poirier Diaz. I think would be tremendous.
I like the Poirier Diaz idea better, because I mean, unfortunately for Dustin Poirier, like if he doesn't want to fight the up and comers, like 155 is full of the up and comers. I mean, Arman Sarukian, who else we got? Gamrot, Fazeev, like. That's where the up-and-comers are at, is 155, and he's fought all the top-end guys, obviously, through his career. So I like the Diaz idea. Like, if he came back to the UFC and he's not fighting McGregor, Diaz-Poirier would be a great fight.
All these options also help him avoid the shark tank at 170, right? There's a lot of congestion at the top. There's a lot of guys who are kind of on the cusp and young and hungry. So, yeah, you can skip all that. Do Diaz... Colby, man.
Poirier, Bilal, #1 contender at 170?
If I'm Dustin, that's not it for me.
You think he'll take a Shavkat fight up at 170?
No, I don't want to do that.
He'll probably need some convincing, but I wouldn't hate the idea. If his heart is into it. If his heart is not, then. But I wouldn't hate the idea of him versus Fiziev. I wouldn't hate the idea of a Dan Hooker fight. Just, to get a win back on track after a loss like that. Obviously, he's going to take some time off.
Though? like he's just going back into the mix at 155?
Dustin Poirier will always be like 1 or 2 wins away from being back in the title discussion. It's just a matter of how motivated he is to do that sort of thing. And at 170, maybe like a Kevin Holland, there's still money to be made if you're Dustin Poirier. There's still a business to be had. It's just he's very open about the fact that like if he doesn't feel it, they were talking about Beneil when Beneil was on the winning streak and he just wasn't feeling it. There needs to be something there.
No,
I could tell you who he would feel something with, and that would be Diaz. That's the one.
I'll tell you who else he feels something even more with, and that's Colby Covington. If I'm Dustin Poirier, as nobody's a bigger
actually think
Kevin
the Colby one is too personal. Is my fear.
What's a better reason to fight? What's a better reason to fight?
He doesn't like the family stuff and all that.
There was a time where Dustin said Colby's not going to make money off my back.
Yeah.
If Colby Covington wins the title, those roles are reversed. Now it's Dustin who could be using Colby Covington for fame and fortune.
Can I ask you a favor?
I love it. I don't like it. I love it.
When Dustin comes on, can I throw it to you?
Sure.
You ask him the question
I'll pitch
so he
it
gets
to
mad
him.
at you and not me? Because he'll definitely get mad at me if I ask him that question.
Dustin, I want you to make the most money you're going to make outside of a Conor McGregor fight. Here's how you're going to do it.
That's a good way of phrasing it. Okay, let's leave the main event for a moment. Let's go to the co-main. Do you guys agree? 29-28, Alex Pereira?
Yes.
I know Jan was upset. Jan said that he was robbed, thieves.
Yep.
29-28, right? Second and third
Easy.
rounds?
Easy call.
Yeah.
Jan
well.
ran out of gas. It is what it is. Like it was very obvious what happened in that fight.
Yeah, he got the takedown at the end of the third round, but he wasn't really able to do much
damage
with it. And I just felt like Alex was landing the harder shots throughout, especially rounds 2 and 3. I mean, obviously he didn't do much in round 1. So yeah, I think I feel pretty good about 29-28 Pereira. Though I guess at the same time, right? Had you said 29-28 Jan, I wouldn't have been like too upset with that either.
Yeah, but that would have been because you believe the judges are going to do that, not because you believe that that's the right card.
Right.
It's 29-28 Pereira.
What a career is right. I mean, we could be talking about a title shot in a second division, 10 fights into his MMA career.
And especially against a guy like Jan, who always beats the middleweights coming up, including Izzy, who has such a tough style. He goes in there high altitude and does that after losing the first round rather convincingly, right?
Oh, man, there were like potentially an argument to be made for like a 10-8. I mean, Jan immediately went for a takedown as soon as the round started and controlled it pretty much the rest of the way, and then to stuff the takedowns and get back to his feet in round 2, get taken down and get back to his feet. Yeah, it was a super impressive performance by Alex Pereira to deal with that.
That's my big key, is that we saw Alex. Look, there's deficiencies in the grappling. If you're going to compare his grappling and his striking, there's one place to go, right? You need to attack his grappling. But we saw that it may not be as easy as just touching him and him falling over into his guard. So it's a win for Alex Pereira, in my opinion. Like, he was in there with a real light heavyweight, showed that his defensive grappling was at least enough to get him through this fight and win the later rounds. And now he could be in title conversation. Also, it's impressive.
Subbing him is no easy task. I mean, Jan tried it the entire first round. I mean, he was in a bad spot for the latter half of that round, and Jan was going for chokes the entire time, was never able to lock anything up. So, yeah, to deal with the grappling like that. Now it's Jiří Pereira, no doubt.
I was thinking, who's Jiří Pereira? I thought that was like his name, because you went first name, last name. Rick said could be. I mean, what a gift from the heavens this is, because as we talked about, light heavyweight has been somewhat cursed since John left. Titles being vacated, draws, crazy injuries during basketball games, and now you get Jiří Procházka versus Alex Pereira out of nowhere. Like, will there be one takedown attempt in that fight? And if so, I mean, if I'm Jiří, you probably try. But the thing is, like, those two strikers with their power and just how insanely strong and powerful they are, that has to be the fight, right? Like, could this please be the biggest no-brainer in the history of? I mean, I can assure you, someone's going to say Magomed Ankalaev.
Ankalaev just got booked this morning.
Are they related to Magomed?
Did he get booked this morning?
Yes, Johnny Walker,
maybe
294.
Perfect. Now that's cleared out of the way.
Yes, I mean, now there's no question.
Now we can focus.
What are we thinking? 296, Vegas.
When did this happen, by the way?
Early on this morning.
Johnny Walker 294 is what? What's 294? Is that NYC?
Abu Dhabi.
Oh yeah, perfect. All right, well now it's 100%. Okay, so then there's the next question. The next question is when it happens.
I think
UFC has sold out Sydney. without a main event, which is an incredible feat. They're still not wanting to book Izzy and Sean Strickland, and
Thankfully.
someone needs to come out and explain that, because I'm hearing that there's other. It's like I don't even know what's going on with that fight, but it seems like Izzy might be, odd man out, which is just a travesty in my opinion, because he deserves that fight. He deserves to fight close to home. If it's not going to be that fight, what are you doing? I don't even know what you're doing. And on 5 weeks' notice, on a card that you just sold out, they just sold out a card without a main event.
But isn't that
is
the
there even a
reason
co-main?
Yeah,
is there a co-main even?
No.
What's the co-main?
No, right now they
Like,
have
what's the-
two
what-
fights for the main card. The top of the card right now is Kai Kara France versus Manel Cobb, according to Tapology.
Wow. That is amazing.
We're a month out.
So is the reason you bring that up, is that to say that Jiří versus Alex?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're going to try anything at this point.
5 weeks.
But that's a quick turn. That's a
That's
quick
way too-
turnaround
For Alex,
Poor
it's
guy
not.
is just-
I don't know what shape Jiří's in. For Alex, that's light work. Like that he's
What do you
done
mean
that
light
throughout
work?
his kickboxing
He just was
career.
getting.
man, I
he was
don't
just
know,
getting
bro.
mauled by freaking the bear Jan
Also,
Blachowicz.
he's,
Like
he's getting a
Mauled.
title shot too. Like,
not
I feel
mauled,
like he
but
would
he's like
want a
laying on
proper
top
cam.
of him. Yeah, it's exhausting.
I think he'd want to.
Light heavyweight title.
Tuivasa Volkov main event.
Fucking hell.
Then it can't be a pay per view, right?
Oh, it's a pay per view.
I'm saying
It's
if you do that, you'd have to switch it. You'd have to not charge for
They
that.
wouldn't switch it. No, they're gonna figure something out. But that has to be the fight. I'm very curious to see what Jiří has to say about it. He'll be joining us in a few minutes.
If it feels like at the end of the year, right? They've got the open slot in December, and they've got the co-main for November. I guess it would just be like wherever Covington.
Yeah, and I don't think they're putting a title shot under. They might put a vacant title shot under Jones, because there's no pay per view
Yeah,
points
there you go.
involved
So
there. So
December for Colby and Leon, November for Jiří and Alex. Done, booked. And then
Be almost-
Sydney,
almost-
and then God bless whatever happens in Sydney.
kidding
Sydney
me, bro.
gets Pantoja.
I'm okay with it.
That'll almost be 2 years, by the way, since Colby's last fight. If he fights in December, 2 years would be March of next year. Tony Ferguson, does he fight again in the UFC?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Still
think
money
the
to be
answer is yes, but
I say no.
I hope.
Oh,
not.
really?
I mean, watching him
I say
having
no.
to
By
limp.
his decision or theirs?
I think theirs.
They say no mas. Just thank
I mean,
you for
it's
your
just
service.
been a lot of losses. They're tough to stomach
But-
at this point.
I know he's
and,
probably got a higher price tag than some of the replacement talent, but like there's still probably something like Patty versus Tony has been talked about. Isn't that a good way to like kind of get Patty
It
over?
has? By who?
Yeah, a lot of people are clamoring for that on Twitter.
Oh, clamoring about it. It's not
I
a
hope
thing
we
that
don't
they've
see
talked
that.
about it.
No. I'm saying like the fan sentiment seems to think that that's like a fair-ish matchup. I don't think so,
Someone
but
threw out Tony Ferguson, Jim Miller, UFC 300.
I think Bobby Green wants that fight.
Oh,
but if Tony wanted it, I think Tony would get it. No, I feel like there's still one more in there that like, but at the end of the day, ultimately it's kind of like Tony on the B side of those. So I don't know if that
Here's
price
the thing:
tag
Tony
is
has
worth
not
it.
been the easiest guy to deal with,
Yeah.
and I just think that like, what is it? 6 losses in a row now,
yeah.
and they're hard. And I know I feel for him. The eye poke is actually doing pretty well before that. It's just a tough spot. I think it's a tough spot. I would not be surprised if that was the end. And by the way, this is like from the heart. This is not with any insider information, but it's tough. 6 losses in a row, and some of them he's taking an incredible amount of damage. Michael Chiesa was also tough to watch. Just the performance wasn't there.
Yep.
You'd like to give him a mulligan only because the guy he's fighting is just getting better with age, and he's not that old. He's just 30. Kevin Holland, he's really coming into his own. And the 2-year layoff is a real thing at Chiesa's age. But the submission was somewhat surprising. I know he's been submitted by that twice before going into Saturday. But that was a tough performance
Yeah,
for
he
Michael
just didn't
Chiesa,
look-
in my opinion.
He didn't look comfortable on his feet from jump. Like he just did not
Right.
look like he wanted to fight Kevin Holland in that capacity.
And how about this depressing news that I just saw? Pee Wee Herman, a.k.a. Paul Rubens, has died.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Just talking
God.
about that pre-show.
I used to watch Pee Wee's Playhouse and then Pee Wee's Big Adventure and Big Top Pee Wee. Last night we said farewell to Paul Rubens. This is from his official Facebook page, an iconic American actor, comedian, writer, and producer whose beloved character Pee Wee Herman delighted generations of children and adults with his positivity, whimsy, and belief in the importance of kindness. Paul bravely and privately fought cancer for years with his trademark tenacity and wit. A gifted and prolific talent, he will forever live in the comedy pantheon and in our hearts as a treasured friend and man of remarkable character and generosity of spirit. Oh, that is such a bummer. I used to watch his show all the time. Francis, what an absolute legend. May you rest in peace. That is very sad news to read on this Monday. All right, let's transition to some more uplifting talk and say hello to the man who we suspect will be fighting for the UFC light heavyweight title in the very near future. He is your friend and mine, and he is so kind to be joining us all the way from Thailand, where it is currently 12:45 a.m. Tuesday morning. He's the great Jiří Procházka here on the program with all of us. Hello, Jiří. Thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Do you hate me right now? Are you upset that I screw up your sleep patterns? What are you feeling? Tell me, Jiří.
Hello, everyone. No, everything good. Everything good. I'm not every time like doing this interview like in this time, but for that one, I have to wake up.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can I ask first, what are you doing in Thailand? I've seen you're doing some amazing things. I saw you with, it looked like you were getting blessed or something. You're climbing mountains. You're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. What are you doing right now in Thailand?
This camp is directed to try my body in full like full power, like especially the shoulder, to work with sparring partners to make a better technique, especially in the wrestling, because the Hickman brothers are the great wrestlers here. So I'm working with them on the wrestling and jiu-jitsu too, and of course stand up because my next opponent is a more stand-upper. It looked like it's not confirmed yet, but it looked like who it will be. So I'm working on everything and enjoying the power of nature, and he really strong.
And just curious, I saw that picture of you. Could you tell me what was happening there? It looked like someone, I don't want to get it wrong, but it looked like someone was blessing you. You were on your knees and there was a guy in front of you. I don't know if he's a monk or something. Who was that, and what were they doing?
That's right. That was that's on the mountain Big Buddha here on Phuket, and it's like praying for something, and he gives to people to like blessing for your way. Yeah, that's all. It's from Buddhism, which is open religion, and I'm really like open for this religion, because it's religion which working on everybody, no matter who. Like it's amazing religion. Yeah.
How is the shoulder feeling right now?
Shoulder feeling right now is 100%. Like there is like it's. I feel it like it's a superpower now, because I have to work with the four new muscles what I have, because last 5 years there was like missed my five muscles, and now I'm starting to work with four new muscles, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool, and but you have to learn how to make it, how to work like in another way, which was for me last 5 years locked. So it's very new for me. Yeah.
Did you watch the Alex Pereira Jan Blachowicz fight from Saturday? Did you have a chance to watch it yet?
Yeah. I watched that.
Who do you think won?
First, first I thought Jan, but after that I watched that to talk with the coaches and other people. Yeah, but sometimes that's the problem about the MMA. When you want to win decisively, you have to take it you have to take over, to take it in your hand, with your hands, to not to leave it on the point. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Right. And so Alex wins, and you just alluded to this, but I'm just curious. Do you think in your heart that it will be you versus Alex next for the vacant title? Is that what you're feeling?
Yeah, sure. No, not sure, but it's not confirmed yet from UFC.
Sure.
But that's the my next fight will be the title. So I think the Alex is the very good chance to show the world a good title fight, and I like to see him like opponent in my next fight. Yeah,
I have
that's
to
it.
say, I love this matchup. I mean, this is incredible. With your two skill sets, this is good. I mean, I can see no way how this is not a good fight, a fun fight, an entertaining fight. Were you hoping that Alex was going to win? Did you like the idea of Alex as opposed to Jan? Did you have a preference as to who would win based on what you wanted for your return fight?
No. For me, it doesn't matter. I want to be. That's the thing. I want to be the best. That's why I'm right now. I'm working on the wrestling, but that's why I'm working on the jiu-jitsu, ground and pound, everything to push it to the next level, and in a stand-up too, to face whoever. Doesn't matter who. So for me, it doesn't matter who's the opponent. If it will be Jan or Pereira.
If the UFC asked you, they have just a few more pay-per-views left this year. They asked you, Jiří, when do you want to fight for this vacant title? When are you available? What would be your response? When would you like this fight to happen?
Right now, after the messages to Glover, with Glover, and I want to fight with Pereira right now, because it seems like it's that second fight with Glover which not happened. And Pereira is his like second version, but in a stand up, in a more in a stand up. So let's do that.
Yeah, and when would be your preference? Like, what month would you like the fight to happen?
Ooh. Right now I'm on the technical camp, so I don't know which date they have free for a fight. Doesn't matter. I wanna fight this year. So let's talk about the dates. Where is the the space for this fight?
Okay. And by the way, you and Glover talk, your friends?
Not friend. Maybe the friends, but he messaged me. He messaged me after the fight, and he showed me he sent me the photo of Alex about like respect and let's do that. And I said I sent him the photo. Yeah, from that mountain, Big Buddha, where I was that time. And I sent him, yeah, let's go. Congratulations, Alex, and let's go for the fight.
Yes, that would be incredible. Can I ask what your reaction was when you found out about Jamal Hill's injury?
Phew, man, that was first. My reaction was, man, what are you doing, man? Because I think it happened. Doesn't matter what's the reason, if that, but everybody saw like he he have like a big weight. He's like turned to a big weight, and especially for the ankles and all these areas like knees, ankles is it's for the body. It's a very big weight. Like if you're turning your weight like more than normal, then the knees and ankles it's bad. So that was the first like logical thing about that, why it can happen. And yeah, that was that. And I took that like nothing changed from my last like when I put the belt
Right.
to the
It all, yeah.
weight.
It all kind of comes back. But it was interesting. I thought the way you handled it said a lot about you because for the last few months, even his last post on Twitter before the announcement that he was out was like
Yeah,
insinuating that you were taking too long, that you were afraid, that all this nonsense. And then you say to
yeah,
him, I wish you the best. And then he responded to you. But like, over the last few months, a lot has been said about you. And you took the high road and wished him well. I thought was a very classy thing that you did on your part.
yeah. That's I think that's the to be the just be the normal because everybody in this game trying to be like two gangsters, and it's all about just to stay before somebody in the cage and then fight, then show me you're the best performance you ever can do. So that's all about that, not about the speaking before. This is sometimes not stupid, but sometimes it's like trash. Yeah, trash.
Hmm. Before it's all said and done, is
Nothing.
that a fight that you would like? You versus Jamal Hill? Is that something that you would like to see happen?
Yeah. I was prepared uh for especially for these style of like Jamal, and I like that. I very started to like that, like this his style, because it was very simple. It was like to give the power for every punch, and yeah, but similar style have Pereira, yeah, but a little bit upgraded. Yeah, I have to say it's a little bit more like there is a more logic. Yeah, in his style. Yeah.
So would that mean, I was just going to ask you, who do you think is a tougher opponent, Alex Pereira or Jamal Hill? Does that mean that you think Alex is a little bit tougher?
Phew, man, that's not. Before me right now, I don't wanna judge this because
Okay.
both of them both of them is strong opponents. Both of them is more like stand upper, and right now is before me the Pereira, so I'm taking the Pereira, like
Okay.
the best how to say,
Option.
best opponent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Best option.
And just curious, Alex at 205 compared to Alex at 185. Do you think he's the same type of fighter? Obviously, we just saw one fight at 205, but do you think there's any difference between him at 185 and 205?
Yeah. Sure, it's not the same, but this is something what I don't want to talk like on a video here in the interview because there is some points which I'm like using for the fights, these informations. And
Okay.
what I need to say that there is like it's not the same, man. It's not the same, man.
Wow, interesting. And if they called you today and said, like, can you do a camp? Can you fight October, November, December? You're ready. Are you ready to start a camp? Are you like, are you cleared 100%? You can start training full, full contact, no issues for a camp?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That's it. I need to work with my body more, like to give it more, give my body more like time for recovery. Yeah. Right now, this year, I started to realize that it's too important because before I didn't recover well. So yes, I'm. You said October, November, December. That's the perfect time. So I will be ready I will be 100% for these months. I will be ready. Yeah.
And just curious, I remember talking to you when the news came that you needed the surgery, and you were obviously very upset about vacating the title. And I'm just wondering if this whole recovery process went as you expected, or was it tougher than you thought it was going to be? Now that you're approaching, the beginning of actually coming back and starting the camp, now looking back, tougher than you expected, easier than you expected, the same? Just curious how your expectations kind of, equaled the reality.
Yeah, and understand, man. Every time these things when happens or something like some injury or something like that, I'm taking that like an option, an opportunity to be better, to be stronger, to show that I want to go that way to be the strongest. And everything was like I imagined. Yeah. So I believe that that happened for like from a good reason. Yeah, because I didn't till that moment I didn't use my body till to like to 100%. Yeah. And
Mhm.
now I'm like I it gave me that a new chance.
Are you going to do your camp in Thailand, or are you just there for a little bit and then you're going back home?
I'm just here 2 more weeks and then I'm going back home, and then we can start like just we need to confirm the date and all these things, and then we can start like a true hard camp. This is more like
And
a technical camp. Yeah.
right. And by the way, that mountain that I saw you climbing this mountain. Is it Mont Blanc or something like that? How difficult was
Yeah.
that?
That, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's crazy stuff,
That
man.
was
That
more
is.
like
When was that?
yeah, it was is in Europe, the highest mountain in Europe, and
Sheesh.
it was great. It was great, man. I like these challenges, and especially the power of mountains. And that's the thing. I'm looking for some high altitude training center because I think that can be the next step on my like on my way.
How
you
long
know,
did that
to
take?
make the preparation.
15,000 feet, highest mountain in the Alps. How long did that whole process
I
take?
don't know how it's. I don't know how long.
Yeah, for you to do that.
Ooh, man, it's for somebody it's for 3 days, for somebody for 2 days, and we did that for one day, but it was like up and down, yeah, and it was it was a great, yeah, it was great, but strong on the up. If you are not really, if you're not really like uh, good
Yeah.
feeling in that
In
high
shape.
altitude, then
Yeah.
your body and everything is starting like yeah, headache and all these things. Doesn't matter.
Oh my
But it was
gosh.
good.
Unbelievable. You are a special human being, my friend. One last thing could I ask? And I really cannot wait. I hope that this is the fight, and I hope it happens at a time where you are both able to, prepare and be at your best. It's just a fascinating style matchup. Could I ask, in your mind, how do you envision a fight versus Alex Pereira playing out? Obviously, you believe you're going to win, but how do you envision the fight playing out? What are you thinking right now?
uh, that's the my thing, and I don't like to talk about that before I do that. But I will win. I will win, and that's the thing. I don't wanna leave that on a point. So decisively, and yeah, looking for some. Doesn't matter to end it, to end the fight. Doesn't matter how, knockout, choke, whatever. Doesn't matter. That's the reason of the warrior, to win the battles, and win the battles by our will, not just by the judges. Yeah.
Right. Well, good luck to you, my friend. Thank you so much for staying up and joining us in the middle of the night over there. Really appreciate it. We'll let you go to bed, back to bed now. And really, I can't say this enough. The way that you handled the Jamal Hill news to me was extremely impressive, because I know you had heard a lot, and I thought it was a little bit
Yeah.
unfair over the last few months.
Yeah.
And the fact that you came out right away and wished him the best and didn't take a shot at him when he was down, I think really said a
Sure.
lot about you as a human being. So much respect to you, Jiří, for handling it that way.
Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you. You realize these things because there is not too much people in media who realize these things, because it's important, because we are not like just somebody who can put the trash on everybody and everybody, and it's like, man, be normal, but show me the best. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. And some
Thank you
respect
too.
as well. Thank you, Jiří. All the best to you.
Yeah.
Good luck out there. Enjoy your time, and can't wait to see you back.
Thank you. See ya.
There's the man, Jiří Procházka. Wow, what a fight that would be. Jiří Procházka versus Alex Pereira would be one of the best title fights of the year. I mean, how is that fight boring? I hope we see it. I hope we see it, fourth quarter of 2023, and glad to hear that he's doing well. That's a serious injury and surgery that he had to overcome. So good on him. And it's all working out here for the UFC. Obviously, you didn't want to see anyone get injured, but that is a tremendous fight on paper. And I love the fact that Glover sent him a picture of Alex after the win in Salt Lake City on Saturday. As we said earlier, and still to come, many more big names: Dustin Poirier, Rose Namajunas, Wonderboy Thompson, Bobby Green. But as we said at the top of the show and last week, we told you we're going to Dallas on Wednesday. I'll be there tomorrow. We are going for 2 shows in Dallas. The MMA Hour is going on the road. The MMA Hour is on fire. It was always burning, but the world kept turning. 2 shows, first time since 2017. when Floyd Money Mayweather fought Conor McGregor Wednesday at 4 Eastern. So we won't have the normal 1 p.m. show. Wednesday at 4 Eastern, live from the open workouts in Dallas. We will be there. Tremendous. Then Friday after the ceremonial weigh-ins, we'll be there from the American Airlines Center, live at around 6, in conjunction with DAZN, brought to you by DAZN. Paul Diaz. Amazing. And this show is sponsored by DAZN. Obviously, we're going to be there for Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz, which you can get on DAZN.com. Obviously, we want to know the answer to the question, who's the better man, who's the better boxer? How is Diaz as a boxer? How will he look in there? 10 rounds, squared circle, 3-minute rounds, 10-ounce gloves, professional fight. Does he win and go back to the UFC? Does he win and fight Conor? Does he win and fight Dustin Poirier? Who does Jake fight if he wins? Does he get the winner of Tommy Fury versus KSI? There's so many questions to answer, not to mention the return of Amanda Serrano rematch against Heather Hardy, not to mention the return of Jeremy Stevens, longtime UFC veteran, fighting Chris Avila, not to mention Ashton Silve, H2O, big-time prospect under the MVP umbrella. So a lot to like, and I'm looking forward to it. Right now, the odds are in favor of who, GC?
Jake Paul, about a minus 370 right now.
Sheesh. Is it going up? What did it open?
It is going up. I'm not sure what it opened at, but yeah, he's becoming more and more of a favorite. Amanda Serrano, like a minus 1,500.
Oh my gosh. You can obviously watch it on any device. And with DAZN, you can get 50 fights a year, Women's Champions League, soccer, darts, pool, so much more. Monthly prices starting at $19.99. Again, watch Jake Paul versus Nate Diaz, Saturday, August 5th. Live on DAZN PPV. Sign up at DAZN.com. And Frank, we have some breaking news. What happened there with the music? Was it what was that? Quick on the trigger. In any event, this is actually massive news for those that love the business of combat sports. Just got this press release. How about this, guys? ESPN and Top Rank to bring most valuable promotions into zones. Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz fight to ESPN Plus pay-per-view. Today, DAZN, I'm reading it, the world's ultimate sports entertainment platform, and MVP announced a groundbreaking arrangement with ESPN and Top Rank, which will see the mega fight between international superstar Jake Paul and combat sports icon Nathan Diaz, available for purchase on ESPN Plus pay-per-view in the United States in addition to DAZN pay-per-view. How about that? ESPN Plus and DAZN coming together. ESPN Plus subscribers can purchase the $59.99 pay-per-view on the app. Obviously, you can get it on your TV, on your smartphone, tablet, wherever. Isn't that incredible? ESPN Plus and DAZN have never come together to put on something like this. This is massive business. This is from our friend Joe Markowski, the CEO, North America of DAZN. This arrangement demonstrates DAZN's, MVP's, ESPN, and Top Rank's commitment. Top Rank getting involved. Sheesh, we're going to see Big Bob Arum in Dallas. Sheesh. To bring the fragmented combat pay-per-view market together to deliver one of the biggest pay-per-view events of the year to fight fans on August 5th. DAZN is committed to bringing the biggest and best fights to the widest possible audience. We will work with broadcasters, platforms, promotional companies to deliver the most entertaining and anticipated matchups. This is something. This is something, my friends. Oh, and they're airing the live press. Wait a second. I don't see this in the press release, guys. But did we just bury the lead? Guys, did we just bury the lead? Does this mean what I think it means? You're great. Yep. Does this mean what I think it means?
I think it does mean what you're thinking.
Does this mean we're back? We're back on the worldwide leader. Woo! Yeah. Frank, breaking news. I mean, not to make, far be it for me to make it all about myself, but does this mean that in the span of a week we'll be on Showtime, TNT Sports, DAZN, and ESPN Plus in the span of a week calling boxing action? What are you guys talking about? Wow. The MMA hour's on fire. And the show's going on the road. Oh, are we on fire or what? 16 hours to get home. Boarded the plane 3 times. Landed at 3:30. Went to bed at 4:45 a.m. Face to face tomorrow.
It was all worth it.
mean, someone test me. Get USADA to test me right now. GC first pay-per-view. GC, never been to the state of Texas. I mean,
Never.
this is one
Can't
of the
wait.
great factoids.
What do they
That should
call
be
it,
on
Frank? Speaking of Frank's facts.
The Lone Star State.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Why is
sir.
that?
I mean, come on, it's been its own country. There's 50 stars on the. Do we really have to do this right now?
No, I just wanted a bit on
but
Wednesday's
a
show.
teaser?
I'm told that Frank's going to have some factoids for us.
You're damn right.
He already started spitting some at me. I was like, oh, no, wait. I want to be in the state of Texas
There's
when
so
I hear
many.
these facts.
I'm gonna pull them out of a cowboy hat and read them off.
Yes.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Can
Someone
we
want to say
also
something?
talk about the fact
Yes.
that Jake Paul is now on an ESPN Plus product opposite like UFC? Like that's interesting.
Exactly.
No, not only that, he fought Tommy Fury, but the beautiful symmetry of him fighting Diaz, who left the
Diaz on
UFC,
ESPN
on the
Plus,
platform that Chael and I built. I mean, with our hands off our backs.
But I mean,
You know,
obviously it's not exclusive to ESPN Plus. It's also on DAZN. So
yes.
it speaks to like what I think they're thinking about how big this fight could potentially be. That more people are kind of trying to get their hands in the pot, say, hey, let's be a part of this and broadcast this. Like, it seems like business is picking up. So the expectation, I imagine, is pretty high for how viable this will be as a product.
You think I could, I don't know if he left Vegas, but maybe he can reroute. I could get Marshall Mathers to do the intro on Wednesday. Guess who's back?
Can we afford
Back
that?
again.
Do we have the money for that?
Ioani's back. Tell a friend. Do you think I should open up the press conference on Thursday and say, oh, it's so great to be back on ESPN Plus? Of course, the platform that Chael and I built, Errol the Bad Guy made, rest in peace. I've got the picture right over there on my wall.
Sure.
in
Yeah,
the
that's
old studio here.
exactly how you should open it up. Right there. All the way down to, I got the picture there on my wall.
No, I'm just saying, I've got stuff going on. Yeah. I mean, I could show you. Wait, you want me to show you something cool?
Yeah.
Let me show you something cool right here.
Big
Oh, it
bright
just dropped
spot on the
everything
Yeah.
on the
This
ground.
must be the sun.
First
That must
of
be the
all,
book he's
Shining in.
currently
one of the
reading.
great. This is one of the great excitements of my life. This is one of the great presents. My friend from Montclair gave me this, the Howard Cosell signed picture. I mean, how great is that?
Is the picture signed or is the frame signed?
No, how dare you? But this isn't. This is why it's special to do the show from home. I should push for this more often. And then, of course, how about this, which was given to me as a gift?
Wow, that was pretty awesome.
Still have it.
Is that the
Still
announcement
have it.
press release
Yeah.
that the show is
Still got
debuting?
love. Yeah.
ESPN Media
Still got
Zone.
love. How about that? Still got love. So this is tremendous news for the sport of boxing and for us as a
Great news
unit.
for us.
What? Rising tide lifts all boats. You're back on ESPN, GC.
I'm agreeing
How's
with
the
you,
game?
the one.
I mean, they're going to call you up to do a game night hit.
Yes.
Live from Dallas. Call the old
Yes.
producers.
That would be
Let's send
incredible.
it. I mean, you're on
Uh,
Lebitard's show doing breakdowns, and my old friend Tencent Tony. Why not on game night? You don't
As soon
think
as
they
the fight
can,
ends, would you mind joining us on game night? 12:30 slot, 12:45 slot. Just a reminder, at 12:45 though, we will be going into a hard out.
Yeah. Love it. All right. Well, that is tremendous news. Congrats to all involved. Let us move along now and say hello to the nicest man in mixed martial arts history, the ultimate mensch, who we were so very much looking forward to seeing back in there on Saturday. No one more disappointed than him, of course, that he couldn't fight Michel Pereira. But as I said at the top of the show and over the weekend, he made the right call. Can't keep allowing people to do this, especially after what happened back when he fought Darren Till in Liverpool. Here he is, your friend and mine, Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. Wonderboy, my man, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it. How are you smiling after all? How are you in a good mood? You should be coming on frowning, upset. Is this all fake? What is going on here?
No, man. Well, looking at your face right now, dude, I'm glad to be on with you
Oh,
and
thank
to be
you.
able to
That's very
chat
kind.
about this a little bit. That's why I'm smiling.
I appreciate that. Very good answer. Okay, can we start at the beginning? At what point did you start to get any type of word feeling that he would miss weight or at least was having trouble missing weight? When did this hit your radar?
Well, it kind of hit my radar actually the day of the press conference, right?
Okay.
You know, us fighters, we spend weeks trying to, get our weights down. We start working our weight down as the fight gets closer to, we start working on our weight. And just looking at him, I could tell that this guy was a lot bigger. right, than me. I was like, man, why is he looking so big right now? You know? And I mean, it was kind of on my radar. I'm like, nah, he'll make weight. It might be a hard weight cut, but I think he'll make weight. And then, you know, Thursday night, we started our weight cut. I got down to 173, 174-ish. We cut it for the night, woke up the next day, which is Friday, which is day of weigh-ins, and was going to cut the rest of the poundage that morning before the 9 o'clock weigh-in time. So I was getting ready to get into the tub and got word that Michelle Pajeda was not going to make weight, and he had stopped sweating. So immediately I'm like, oh, here we go. You know, being at that weight, being cut down, you know, dehydrated, and hearing this terrible news was just like, oh man, you know what? I'm going to think, I'm this still in my head. I'm thinking this fight's going to happen. I'm going to make weight. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. I'm going to finish this weight cut. We're going to go down and we're going to weigh in and make weight, and we'll see what happens from there. So that's what ended up happening. While we were down there, before I even stepped on the scale, they were saying that Michelle Pajeda is not going to make weight. He had, I think, an hour left to make weight. He didn't make weight. And there we have it, man. I mean, you know, it was the last, I think he weighed 174, I believe, what his weight was. And during this whole process, I'm thinking in my head that this is going to happen, right? He's going to make weight. It's going to happen. And when he didn't, it was the Darren Till all over again. You know, giving this guy who's ranked number 15 the opportunity to come up to fight me, which opponent guys have done in the past for me. You know, the Johnny Hendricks, the Rory McDonald's, the Jake Ellenbergers. I wasn't even ranked. These guys gave me that opportunity. And I've been doing that with a lot of guys, you know, Vicente Luque, Jeff Neal, all these guys, even Michelle Pajeda, who's 15, giving these guys the opportunity to come up. But I feel like it's almost like kind of a slap in the face whenever they don't make weight. You know, when you sign that contract, you're giving your word, a man's word, which a lot of people nowadays don't. It doesn't mean a whole lot to some people, but to me, it is. It's your word that you're going to do what's on this contract to be able to make this fight happen, and that's make weight. You got this one thing, just make weight. And I feel like this is happening way too much for fighters, that these guys aren't. I don't know what needs to be done, but I think there should be more and greater consequences for these guys who are coming in with no integrity and no honor to make weight, you know? And I just told myself then after the Darren Till fight, I'm not gonna do this again.
So I want to ask you about how you got to that decision, but just curious, in total, off the top of your head, like you're approaching around 100 fights, right? Whether it's pro kickboxing, amateur kickboxing, pro MMA. Do you say like you're in the 90 to 80 to 100 range?
Sir.
Yeah. Have you ever missed weight? Have you ever missed weight?
I've never missed weight.
So that must annoy you even more. Like you've been doing this for so long with more competition probably than, you know, and that you were involved in than most of these guys, and you've never had any trouble, and now you have to deal with this, and you have to be the good guy to be like, yeah, sure. When, as you referenced, in 2018, Darren Till missed by 3.5 pounds, and you lost a close fight, and that could have very well been the difference, right?
100%. I mean, when I fought Darren, I mean, you could see it. He was a lot bigger than me, even though we fought. It was a very close fight, but the weight made a big difference in the outcome of that fight. You know, just he was just a big body, man, and I could feel it out there, and it does make a difference. You know, when you're depleting yourself, and you're already lean, you're going to fight camp, and you have to cut, you know, 11 to 12 pounds more of water weight. You're struggling, and you feel like death. Your voice changes. Your eyes are sinking in the back of your head. Your head hurts. You're going through cramps. You step on that scale and you're still 174, and you still have to get down there. That's how I feel whenever I step on the scale and I feel like I'm 174. I still have to dig deep. I mean, there have been situations where I've been go through cases of dry heaving, throwing up, but I've never missed weight. I always dig deep and I make that weight cut. And it's funny when people say it's only 3 or it's only 4 pounds. That is the hardest ones. That is the hardest pounds to lose. Those last 3 to 4 pounds, it's very, very difficult. And I go through it. Why don't these other guys have to go through it? There's been a lot of people out there who this has happened to, and maybe they needed the money, so they ended up taking the fight. But to me, I think it's more than that. It's more than that. These guys are realizing that I can do this, knowing that my opponent will take the fight and I have an advantage. I don't have to sink down and deplete myself. I can start rehydrating. I'll feel better out there. And I think it's wrong. I think I don't know what should be done, but I think there's definitely got to be greater consequences than what's going on.
The official weigh-ins are 9 to 11 a.m. To the best of your knowledge, did he try to go back and make the weight, or was he done after he stepped on the scale?
No, I do believe he had like an hour he weighed actually I think it was 174 on the official scale. I think he did try, but I'm not sure exactly what happened. I don't know if it was the UFC that said no, or if it was his team that said no, he wasn't going to continue to go down. I don't remember the what happened after he weighed in, right?
Okay.
But when you plan a fight and you're ready for a fight, I spend weeks before preparing for that, right? Weeks before the training, 3 to 4 weeks, really focusing on my diet. There's a whole lot that we do that people don't see. So that way, when you show up to fight week, you're already down at a certain weight. So that weight cut isn't going to be as terrible, right? And there was a lot of people sending me videos of this guy, deadlifting like heavyweight, man. I feel like he knew that he wasn't going to make weight. That's all I know. I feel like he knew that he was going to make weight. And I think maybe me taking the Darren Till fight, he thought I was going to take this fight. And, you treat people how you want to be treated. And I want everybody to know right now in the 170 division that if you're going to fight me now, you better be on weight or it's not going to happen. I'm in a situation now, a place in my career where, I want to fight fairly, man. I don't want to play any games. I don't want to play any games. I've been here in the UFC for 11 years, been fighting for a very long time, and I don't want to play any games anymore. I want these guys to take it seriously. I want these guys to do it honorably, to show integrity and professionalism. And that's what the sports is about. That's what martial arts is supposed to be about, right? And that's how I see it.
Can you tell me about how you got to the decision of saying what you just said here? Like, you want to fight fairly, you don't want to go forward with it. At any point, did you actually consider taking the fight? And how did you end up, what was the process like to end up saying, when we got the post on Friday afternoon that you were not going to take it, which again, I agree with 100%. But I'm just curious if at any point it was like a roller coaster where you actually thought of taking it and didn't. And I'm sure your dad was involved and your manager was involved. What was that process like?
Yes, sir. Well, it's a very frustrating process because, everybody knows what happened with Till. And I told myself then after that fight, I will never do this again. Never let this happen again. Right. And then, when I found out that he didn't make weight, during this whole process that morning, when I found out that he was dry, that he was struggling, I don't think he'll make weight. In my head, he's still going to make weight. So the fight's still happening. And then you keep going back and forth. Like, there's no way this guy's going to make weight. There's no way. The dude's 177. There's no way this guy's going to make, you know what? You got to get that out of your head. This guy's going to make weight. It's going to happen. And then it's kind of this back and forth thing where the fight's happening. It's not going to happen. The fight's happening. It's not going to happen. Then you're thinking about your coaches, right? You're thinking about your teammates who sacrifice their bodies to help you get to where you're at. The sparring, the training, the coaches who, spend that time training you when they could be with their family. So you think about them. I want to do this for them. I'm thinking about them. They're thinking about me. Don't do it. We told ourselves we're not going to do it. It's a roller coaster of emotions at this point, and it's like, at this point, you're not even mentally ready to step out there after all this is going on. You know, all this was going on from 7 a.m. that morning till about 4 to 5 o'clock before the weigh-ins, the fan weigh-ins. So about 10 hours of up and down, up and down, up and down. It's going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's going to happen. It's not going to happen. And at some point, you know, actually the entire time, it's great to have a team that I have because they were behind me 100%. You know, you've been in this game long enough. You shouldn't be playing these games. And you should set a precedent that whoever fights you should know if they don't make weight, then you're not going to fight them. And I see this a lot happening to a lot of other fighters and not being done. You know, these guys take it for whatever reason, but it's getting to the point where I don't know anything. From what I hear, those guys that don't make weight, most of the time they end up winning the fight. But I don't know if that's true or not. But that's just what I hear. So if you sign that contract, be honorable, man. Show integrity. If that's your word, you should abide by it. You should do whatever you can to make that weight.
How did the UFC handle the news when you guys told them?
You know, of course, they were. I feel maybe they were upset because, you know, their number one goal is to put on a show, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm disappointed, obviously, that what happened. I'm more upset that the fans didn't get what they want. We do this for the honor, for the glory. We do this to put on a show for the fans. And that was my goal, taking this fight, right? I'm thinking this is going to be another fight of the year, just like the Kevin Holland fight, right? It's going to be awesome. 3 5-minute round war. People are going to love it. And they're going to be talking about this for weeks and weeks to come. That was the plan. And for it not to happen, man, very disappointing, man. I feel sorry for the fans because, you know, they're showing their frustration as well. But I'm getting such positive feedback from them saying that I did the right thing. And that means the world to me. So if you're watching this, I really do appreciate everybody's kindness. And I'm glad that you're behind my back. And it's awesome, man. It's awesome.
Could I ask, did you receive any kind of payment for your troubles?
At this point, my management is talking with the UFC. Nothing yet. I know Dana White's on vacation. You know, that guy's the workaholic, so well deserved. But I feel like the UFC is going to do right by me. You know, I've done everything that I'm supposed to do, and you know, I've tried to be as honorable as possible when it comes to signing my contracts and abiding by it and doing what the UFC has said and and I've done what they wanted of me. And I feel that they're gonna do right by me. So things are still in talks. I think they're waiting for Dana White to come back from his vacation and we'll go from there. But no, at this point, nothing. Yeah.
Will you be disappointed if it stays that way?
100%. 100%. Yes, sir. I'll be disappointed. I don't, who wouldn't be, right? When you show up and you're on point, you have done nothing wrong and your opponent has. And, you know, it would just really stink if that was the case. But, you know, me being the positive guy that I am, I feel like they're going to do right by me. And that's why I'm still smiling right now. So got to keep on keeping on, Ariel.
Amen. Amen to that. You know, you talked about like things that need to be done, and I agree. And I don't know what the answer is. One thing that I think is a very simple answer to all of this is the predicament that you're in now, which is if you make weight and your opponent doesn't, to me, it should be in the contract that you're getting X amount. If it's whatever that number is it 50? Is it 3/4? Is it your show? Whatever your deal is, you should know that when you step on a scale and make weight, regardless of what he does, you're getting something, right? That should be, there shouldn't even be this negotiation now. To me, it should be black and white. You did your job, as you said. You're the pro. You made weight. You did everything that you said you were going to do when you signed that contract. There should be some sort of obligation on the promotion's part. This is not a UFC only thing. Every promotion deals with this sort of thing. They should say, all right,
Yes, sir.
you did it, he didn't. You should get paid. Like, to me, it would be a travesty if you don't
I
get
agree.
something for your troubles. And to me, it should be honest. I don't know what your deal is. It's not, but like, if it's a show win thing, at the very least, you should get a show. But to me, you should get the show and the win, because they were already, that money was already allotted. It was already accounted for. If you would have won, you would have gotten everything. So to me, you won the fight. You won the fight. He didn't show up. You won the fight. You should get 100%. Do you need me to make a call, Steven? I can make a call if you'd like. Or is Audie on it? It's up to you.
Thank you.
I'm sure you're in capable hands.
I love it, man. I appreciate you, but I'm glad that you got my back as well, Ariel.
Of course. And I know you're not the type to talk about the things, and I'm sure this particular portion of the conversation isn't your favorite, but you did what you signed up to do. And it breaks my heart when I see these headlines that like, oh, you haven't been paid yet, or you're waiting. Like, what? You should have left with a check. You should have left with a check.
There should be something more black and white in the contract, like you said. So that way you're the fighter's covered, right? If anything happens, you're covered, because a lot of people don't realize what is involved when it comes in running a camp for a fight. How much money you spend, the people that you bring in to help train you, the coaches, right? Your strength, because I got 5 coaches, and plus a nutritionist, plus my physical therapy. That I spend more on now. I was the oldest guy on the card actually this past weekend. Wow. Which I thought I didn't even think about it until somebody brought it up. It's like 13 days older than Jan Blachowicz, which we're both 40, but still, I was the oldest guy on the card. I'm like, what? But you spend a lot of money on preparing for a fight. I try not to think about it, but man, and people don't know what you go through and how much a camp is. So just going through that, and for this to happen is crazy, man. And it's not the same. It's not the same. One of my most all-time favorite moments and probably feelings is walking through an airport after a fight. And barely walk. I've got bumps, I got bruises, but I'm loving every minute of it. The glory, the feelings that you feel that you just did something. And I didn't get that, man, because nothing happened. I did everything that I was supposed to do, and walking to that airport yesterday sucked that I wasn't able to go out there and put on a performance.
I was just going to ask you that question. What is it like being back home now and you're fresh face? There's like, you didn't get that release, right? And you didn't get that glory walk. This is probably a worse feeling than a loss. Is it a worse feeling than a loss potentially?
It is worse than a loss, because at least after a loss, I know I went out there and gave it my all. I know that I have feedback that I can go back and work on something after that fight. I got nothing from this, but just disappointment, because everybody around you is disappointed and you feel it, the fans, your coaches that I'm walking back with, my dad, my coaches, everybody, me. I'm back here at the school right now. The disappointment in the kids' eyes who really weren't able to see Mr. Steven fight. Parents, you don't get any of that. So it sucks, man. It really does.
Did you stick around? Did you go to the fight?
I didn't even want to go to it, to be honest with you.
Wow. But you were in Salt Lake City. You just didn't go to the arena.
I was.
Wow. What did you do? Did you even watch it?
I just hung out in my hotel room, man. Watched the movies. I finished up, just getting your body rehydrated, drinking water and just doing nothing, man. I was so bummed. I didn't want to go out there and see the other guys, go through those emotions that I should be going through right now.
Yeah.
The glory of a win or even a loss, hanging out afterwards and just seeing their faces of that victory they got in the cage. That should have been me. I should have been out there.
Right.
So I was, man, I'm not even gonna go, bro.
I'm not
even gonna go.
Did you hear from Michelle?
I haven't heard anything yet.
No,
I haven't heard.
No DM, no apology, no text.
No, nothing.
So would you consider fighting him again?
No. And the reason for that, I wouldn't, because I already gave him the opportunity. I gave you the shot, not only the shot, but I gave you a chance to beat a veteran out here. I hate saying that, you know, but to prove yourself to the UFC, to the fans that you deserve to take the spot, to move up the rankings. And now you show me that you don't deserve it. So I'm not going to give you that chance again. There's other guys out there who are more deserving. You know, JDM, you got Ian Gary, you know, a lot of these guys that are coming up are more deserving than that. These guys make weight. You know, they do what they say they're going to do.
And so I know you just went through a camp, but not a fight. How quickly do you want to get back in there? Like if they offered you something today in the near future, are you down? Do you want to take a break now? What are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Yeah, man. You know, I saw a lot of fans ask me to go to Australia. I'm like, no, that's in 5 weeks. I mean, to be able to cut that weight again, plus an 18-hour flight, plus the time, I'm like, I think that would be too soon. But I feel like what I want to do, especially for the fans and for the UFC, I think at Madison Square Garden in November would be awesome. So that's 3 months. Let's go, baby. I think that would be an amazing fight card to be able to be on and give the fans what they want for this whole debacle this past weekend. One of the biggest cards was this past weekend, you know, to be able to be on that and perform, and a lot of eyes were on that. So I think MSG is it. So I would love to get on that, you know, come back here, get the body right, get right back into it, and let's get after it. Madison Square Garden is my plan.
Against who?
Oh man, I don't care. Just not Michelle Tejeda. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve it. I gave you the shot, man.
But you would be into an Ian Gary, a JDM, someone who is lower than you in the rankings, younger. You're open to those fights. A lot of guys in your position wouldn't be.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the last guys that I faced. I mean, these guys were all ranked below me. Bilal was below me, Vicente Luque, Jeff Neal, Kevin Holland. I think everybody but Gilbert Burns was below me at that point. So you know, my goal is not to be the gatekeeper, but I am willing to give these guys a shot at coming up, right? At proving themselves. And to be able to be on a card where Leon Edwards is fighting Colby Covington, another welterweight shot, you know, you give me anybody plus another guy, I could be looking at another title shot, right? That's always the goal. Always the goal. Even, yeah. And, you know, people are saying he's 40, he's washed up. Did you see my last performance? Did you see what Kevin Holland is doing to these dudes now? Like, I'm not taking any easy fights, guys. You know, I'm still there. I still feel great. My body feels great. I still feel fast. I'm still improving in the gym. Like, that's always the plan, is always the goal.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's part of the frustration here, right? You obviously feel great, but you don't have 10 more years of this left. So every one of these counts. You're on a roll. You're coming off a tremendous win over a guy who's on fire right now. You were robbed of that, and it sucks. And I'm sure you had some people trying to put some pressure on you to take the fight. Come on, it's only 3 pounds. You made the right call, in my opinion. You made the right call. It's
funny they say that. It's only 3 pounds. Well, if it's only 3 pounds, cut the 3 pounds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's only 3 pounds, I'm already here. You know, then cut the 3 pounds. It's funny because people are like, "Oh, are you scared to fight him?" I'm like, man, if I was scared, I wouldn't have fought the guy in the first place. I wouldn't sign that contract.
Why'd you go through all of that? Right.
What
made the weight.
Do?
Crazy.
Yeah. It's funny, man. It's funny what people say.
Yeah, don't pay too much attention to it. You're a class act. We're all behind you. You made the right call, Steven. Thank you so much for coming on here. Really sorry it didn't pan out, but hopefully you get that MSG fight. It would be a nice story as well. Right the wrong of a few years ago, back at the Garden, you know, where you fought Tyron the first time, and then you get a big win there. So that would be a nice way to end the year. So thanks so much. Good luck to you. And let me know if you need me to make a call about that whole, you know, payment thing. I'm happy to do so on your behalf.
You're the man, Errol. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Steven. There he is, Steven Wonderboy Thompson, the very best. Who's better than him? What a nice guy. Hard to argue with anything that he said because, I mean, he went through it back in 2018. He absolutely went through it. He lost a razor-thin decision to Darren Till in Liverpool, and Michel Pereira is a massive guy. He's a gigantic guy who should probably start thinking about fighting at 185. I mean, he's just a big boy for 170. Imagine going through all of that and not getting that release, not getting that fight. He's had some issues before making weight, missed weight prior to the Tristan Connolly fight. I'm talking about Pereira here. Has fought at catch weights before, has fought at middleweight, has fought at 176 in the past. He's a big boy. And he's on a roll, too, and it's a shame. He's won 5 fights in a row, coming off a split decision win over Santiago Ponzinibbio. We talked about this last week, quietly putting together a nice little winning streak here at 170, but Stephen Thompson deserves better. And don't get me started on the payment stuff. The payment thing is like, that should be, oh, the fight's not happening, I'm getting 50%, I'm getting 3/4, I'm getting my show, I'm getting my win, I'm getting this, I'm getting whatever it is. There should be no negotiation, in my opinion. You should know exactly what you are dealing with. All right, let's move along now and talk about someone who did fight and who did win and had a very impressive win to boot. Big fight against Tony Ferguson. Bobby Green, of course, we spoke to him after the frustrating conclusion to that Jared Gordon fight back in April, back on a big pay-per-view, back in a city that means a lot to him and his career, back in Salt Lake City, and got the big win over Tony Ferguson. Bobby Green joining us right now on the program to talk about it all. Hello, Bobby. Thank you so much for the time. Congrats on the win, my man.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
So a big fight for you on a big stage against a veteran of the sport. I know, maybe there were some ups.
Really fast before you say, I don't even want you to get in your topic because you were just going to continue on to your last topic you just said.
Oh, please. I would love your thoughts.
I fought Jim Miller on 2 weeks' notice. I cut 35 pounds in 2 weeks, and I made weight. But after making weight, I went to the doctors and I passed out. But I thought I made the scales, so I was going to get paid, and I didn't get anything, That's how it goes.
So I agree with you. Bit of a different story, though, because like in this case with Wonder Boy, his opponent was the one that couldn't make the walk, right?
Yeah.
So is it fair for him to walk away with nothing?
I'm saying similar situations, and also I would like it if you touch that scale, you're official. You get the
you should get something. At least that some percentage. Something.
It's contracted to that. It's contracted to that. So you showed up, and you made the scale. So I would think it would be that. But anyways, I just wanted to continue on that.
No. I mean, you've seen it all. You've done it all in this game. How do you feel about the fight on Saturday? Are you obviously happy with the win, but are you happy with the whole body of work?
I'm sorry, that's my air conditioner. I don't want to make it.
No problem. I didn't hear anything, so don't worry about it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, there's my.
And so I feel like two bitter feelings, two feelings, they're talking about this eye poke. I was reading, the reviews. Sometimes I'd like to see, like, I'd be a critic and know what my people are thinking. So I feel 2 ways. One is Tony said I intentionally poked him, like there's a narrative that I intentionally poked him, and then that threw his momentum off. And then from there, the fight just went my way. I disagree with that. I felt I was doing so much more than that the entire fight, but the point is that I feel like one is that if you argue with this guy who, like Sean Strickland just put out a post, he said, who are the most insane, either Tony Ferguson or Diego Sanchez? Those guys have been known for being the most craziest of the two, and guess he won by 75%, on Sean's polls. I don't have anything to do with anything or nothing. It's some crazy, it's on his stuff polls. Anyway, and so what I'm saying is, if you argue with a crazy man, you're probably crazy, And so I'm not going to argue with him, On one side of it's like, he's got what is there that he thinks I'm intentionally trying to do this to do this for this fight, So I'm not going to argue with him on that aspect. He's crazy with that, but you can't argue with crazy. The other side of it, I feel like I'm sad. And I'm sad because it's a mark on my body of work, It saddened me that he thinks that it would go differently. It saddened me that it now puts all this different lack on my set of skills, And I truly believe skills pay the bills. Skills pay the bills. I don't need to cheat no guys. My skills pay the bills. Trust me, I rely on skills. I don't rely on on athletics or on rely on this and that. The skills and it's real a lot of things that you guys don't understand is happening, you know? And so I feel bad because I did do the eye poke. I feel bad that it happened. I feel bad that it's staining this, you know? And so I feel terrible in a way. I feel sad about the fight that he feels that way or people feel that way, you know? It makes me sad, you know? But on the other side, I'm like, I can't argue with people who think that I would try to deliberately do this. Like, can't argue, you know? He's going to say I'm like, I've had a history. Like, one thing I want to explain to the audience is that this, guys, listen, check this out a little bit. And do two things. One is this is not the same sport as basketball. I understand there's rules, you know, in basketball where like, hey, you were hacking that guy. You were doing a little too much excessive aggression. There's too many more factors in MMA, you know? When it's just wrestling, there's the boxing, there's the clinching, there's the everything that happens in between getting up and down and blah, blah, blah. There's so many different factors that, like sometimes, for it, check this out. Say we're fighting, right? Normally, a guy moves his head. In boxing, I'm going to think, oh, go here or hit here. But now that we're doing MMA or we're wrestling, I will go, he goes his head like this, I'll go like this. You know, I would freeze him, you know, if we were wrestling. Now we're talking about MMA. So now I have to do a combination of the both. Oh, no, it's not a takedown or is it a takedown because he dipped his head, you know? And so what happened was he jumped for a second. I wasn't ready and I was going to throw a punch too. It's going to throw a punch too. The second part about it is when I throw my punches, why they're so fast is throwing, like Bruce Lee said, you float the hand through and then you snap, you know? You throw it and snap it at the end. And so sometimes that can happen and, oh, he got a little too close. Sometimes I've jammed my hand up because the guy was a little too close and it bent up or about like, because it's real light until he goes into the last second, you know? And so sometimes those things are going to be off. It just happens in fighting. It happens for all of us, you know? I got a headbutt twice in there with him. Never complained. I never said, hey, Hook, what are you doing? He got my gloves a few times. I never complained. It's a fight. I expect when I'm trying to take your fucking head off, I'm going to kill you. You're going to do anything impossible that you can to make it work for you. That's fine. Only person I've ever got offended with was when I fought Jakar. And Jakar was a friend of mine. And so it hurt me in here. I'm like, brother, I would never cheat you. Why would you cheat me? Like, that's why I believe in fighting in honor. So I don't want to ever look as a cheater or a dirty guy. Trust me, I fight with honor. I even try to add something out there like, are you good, bro? Like, I giving the knuckles and stuff like, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. You know, it would never be my intention. You know, I really don't mean to ever fight in those ways. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
No, this is great. I appreciate you just kind of, because I saw his post as well. I'm sure you read it, right? Did you read the entire post? And when you saw it, like, what was your, it's,
That's my reaction.
I don't feel.
Don't argue with a crazy man. He's crazy. Right. He said he had a chip in his teeth or in his leg or something like that. He's crazy. You know, I had my line to him. I said, take them sunglasses off. That's how you tripped over a cord. And that's how he messed himself up last time. Like, this guy's crazy. You didn't learn. You didn't learn the first time. You know, take the goddamn sunglasses off in the house, you know? Anyway, go ahead.
Do you feel? No, because I don't feel like the public is trying to take away the win from you. I would argue this is one of your most impressive wins, like in terms of name. This one, Ally Quinta, you've had some big ones, but in terms of like who he is in the sport, this is a big W for you on a big stage. This is a pay-per-view main card.
Are you reading it? You're not reading the comments. You know, the comments. You have to understand. He fought
I don't read the
5
comments.
world deaths. They're trying to say that now. They're trying to say now he fought me that he was done, right? That he was just washed up. Especially the fact that I tapped him. Well, you know,
actually you subbed him. He never tapped, so it's credit to you. Yeah.
I'll put him in sleep. Either way, you're done. You know, you died. You know, I killed him. If you want to put it that way, he died. You know, and so now people want to discredit my jiu-jitsu. You know, that's something that I've been working on. First thing I started was a wrestler. I started as a wrestler. I can wrestle with these guys, and then I started with jiu-jitsu, and I could jits with these guys. But striking was last. And everybody's like, you're a striker. I'm like, no, I was all these other guys. But depending upon the coaches that I'm around and who I'm working with, you'll see the results in what I do. And so lately I've been working with this black belt coach for the Jared fight. I was going to tap Jared ass out. I wanted to do that. Have a fight, choke his ass out. Then the second one now, I'm like, man, I've been working with this black belt guy, and it just happened to work. Everything, every part of the ground, he worked me through everything, bro. It was like exactly what he said. And so I was at home when he was trying to put me in the triangles. Sometimes he was grabbing my glove and pulling my arm in for a triangle. He was pulling my glove, and I'm like, I didn't bitch, I didn't complain. I just fucking fight. It's a fucking fight, guys. This is not any other sport. It's not a sport. It's a fight. Stop. There's gonna be some things that are gonna happen. Like one time he flipped his head around and he came up and bow. And he hit me like that under the jaw. I said, hey, bro, watch your head. Just keep it going. It's a fight.
So Bobby, on this Monday, do you not feel like usually after a big win, you're probably up, you're happy, everything smells good, tastes good. Your demeanor here suggests that like you're not really enjoying, the spoils of beating a guy like Tony Ferguson. You're not very happy.
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm not trying to enjoy it. When you start sitting and enjoying, stuff starts passing me by. I don't know. I'm focused, I'm focused on doing this again. I just got I watched the fight for the first time just so I could critique everything that happened. So first of all, he didn't drop me. But people think like he dropped me in the first round. No, I was throwing a low leg kick. At the same time, he threw a jab and just knocked me off balance. I jumped right back up, boom. It's just a jab. I knock off balance type of thing. And it's a jab. He didn't hit me like a 2 and blast me, And so people were like, he dropped you in the first round. So I'm like, I know people are thinking he dropped me. So I had to work more. But the point I'm trying to get to is that after this fight, it just made me really realize how much more I can do. I'm really coming, Errol. I'm coming. Trust me. This is different. This one's going to be different now. I've just oh, okay. I got back to a crowd now. You guys been putting me in a shitty situation. Everybody keeps trying to discredit me. I'm going to keep showing you guys. I'm going to show you. I'm just going to cook for a second.
Please.
So I was on a 3-win streak, I think it was, when I beat Nazareth, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
I think I was on a 3-win. And then after that, they asked me to do the Islam fight on 10 days' notice. You know what I'm saying? I'm fighting. They're training for 10 days, took my way back down, hands all busted. Look at my hands right now. Hands all busted and swollen and shit. I got to go fight Islam right now in 10 days. All right, I'll go do it. I jumped and did that for you guys. Even then, I didn't go on bitch. I didn't tap. I was trying to fight the rest. I thought the rest stopped early. Whatever. Cool. That one's done. On to the next one. I get my hand surgery. Hand surgery on this hand. Literally a month or 2 after the fight, I'm getting a call for Dover. I'm like, talk to all my coaches and all my people. I'm like, I don't think it's a good idea. They don't think it's a good idea. I say no. They call me back 2 weeks later. I said, listen, I am no bitch. I don't know what y'all doing while y'all asking me again. Send them. I don't want nobody to ever think they can say my name and get away. I got a list, and every guy who said my name, he will get it, okay? Make sure you mark my words. Every person that said my name will get that opportunity. I haven't forgot about you. You're not going nowhere. Those are the guys I want to fight. The guys who putting their name in my mouth that said something. Whoever had the courage to say my name, it's on.
Who's that list? Can you tell us who that list is? Who's on it?
You want me to tell you? Okay,
yeah.
I know that Bayam guy said it. I don't even think he's on my level yet to be even fight. Like, I'm that name. I'm not going to ever say Patty, okay? So we're going to let that out the window. I'm the name, okay? I'm the guy. When I look at the numbers, I look at the interviews and watch how the interviews go. When you put my shit out there and then their shit, like, I ain't going to lie. Most of them I be beating them, bro. I be beating them. Like, I got that move. This is what I do. I just do me. And so, with that being said, Siam is one of the names. He put it out there. He said my name. I'm like, bro, you will get the opportunity. Number 1 on the list, I'm going to go number 1, Moy Connell. He's going to get it. He said Bobby Green. If you went out there and picked and said my name, bro, I heard you. I'm like the Candyman. Say my name and I shall appear. You know what I'm saying? It's true.
All this talk after the fight about, Ferguson should consider hanging. Do you feel like that's disrespectful towards you? Do you feel like that's taking something away from the victory because they're saying, oh, he's done now because he just lost to Bobby Green? Is that how you're taking it?
Especially because he got tapped, especially because he got choked, because they're like saying like, oh, well, even jiu-jitsu is not even there. No, trust me, I tap black belts out all the time. Like, this is what I do. I haven't been able to level up because my coach says, you don't do enough gi. I am a no gi guy. I don't want to get my clothes all held on to and like, man, that's not how it goes. Like, no, I don't want to do that, And so I'm still a purple belt. But you throw me out there with some black belts and I'll give them a run for their money.
Do you want to do this again? Is that of interest? I don't think they're going to go that route, but would you fight him again? Yeah.
Fight him again? Fuck yeah. I'll fight anybody I ever fought again. It go worse. Watch, anybody I've ever fought him again, it got worse. The only person, Lando Venata, I I went from beating him up to knocking him out. You know what I mean? And whooping his ass. It's gonna get worse. I promise. I already caught your timing now. I figured you out. It's over.
How would you describe where you're at now? You seem very confident, and everyone's going to get it. You have the list. Is it all? Do you feel like it's all coming together for you in your career? You've been doing this for so long.
Listen. I'm not confident. I'm not none of that. Because confident makes people think that you're saying you're cocky and arrogant and all this, and you're talking like that. No, listen. I'm focused and I'm angry. I want to come back soon. Let me ice these hands down a little bit, and I'm coming back. I'm trying to get back September, the ASAP. As soon as somebody fall out, call me, and I'll hop in. Okay? I'm trying to get back soon. Go back to work and show y'all this ain't nothing. I'm gonna show y'all that ain't nothing. I'll do this shit again. I'll run it back again. Let's go.
Are you worried that the hand is broken?
I was slamming him some hammer fists on his head. You know, I thought I was gonna fish him up there. And that's the thing. Another thing too. My dad has always told me, you got a cold ass ground and pound. I don't never show nobody none of this shit. Like I'll be just doing like this little demand dance to you guys. I got skills. Like I want to show you my ground and pound different than everybody else's. You know. And so anyway, my hand. I don't know. We gotta go get that shit iced down and we'll figure it all out. You know, I'm trying to spend time with my kids, bro. First thing I just got off the plane. Call my big mama. Say, bring all my kids. Bring all my kids. You know. Bring all my kids. Yeah. And they're right here right now. I'm going to cook for them. And then we go to Knott's Berry Farm. I'm trying to be the dad of the year, just like I'm the fight of the year. And so, especially if I'm going to get back to work, I got to hurry up, spend some daddy time. All right, daddy time. I get back to fucking work again, you know?
I feel you. And I don't want to take too much time away from daddy time, so we won't keep you much longer. But just curious, I heard a great story. You told this amazing story, which, to be honest, I didn't know. Like, obviously, we've been watching you for so long, but in the post-fight press conference, you talked about Salt Lake City and training with Jeremy Horn. I saw you give him a shout-out and going to the movies with Matt Hughes and Jeremy Horn and Robbie Lawler. This is amazing stuff. You just hanging out in Salt Lake City. I think you said you kind of fell in love with a Mormon girl there, and you fell in love with Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City is a great movie or something. I don't know what it is, but how long did you spend there, and what was it like for you to be back in this place where you kind of, had some really special moments and win on a stage like that?
Yeah. So it was like I was out there for like 2 years. My dad had went to prison for 2 years, and so I didn't have a coach no more. And so I went out there. He sent me out there to go train with Jeremy Horn. He's like, I just figured this guy would be good for you. I'm like, okay. I really don't know much, I'm kind of still figuring things out. I'm the King of the Cage champ. I got like 4 world titles from different places, like one from Mexico, one from over here. I got like 4 world titles, but these guys are UFC guys. It's a totally different level to finally getting there with other guys that can compete at that level. And so I hung out with him. He was awesome. He taught me so many different things, I ended up meeting this little Mormon chick and things popped off with us. So I would go back home to Cali, see my kids, then drive 11 hours back to Salt Lake and be out there and shit, Yeah, I got caught a couple times, went to jail one time, got out of jail, drove, still made my fight. It was crazy. It's all crazy, long stories. But yeah, Salt Lake has always been my little spot that I liked, being at where I can still drive or pull up, And so I would hang out there and shit and train, do my little thing, go to little clubs, little bars there. And so one day I was at a show on February, I think it was, and everyone's like, hey, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's up? I was like, man, I didn't remember me like that. Okay, cool. I'm going to do a show out here. It's going to be dope if I can ever do a show. Coincidentally, it came up.
That's amazing. By the way, can I ask what led you to go into jail in Salt Lake? I mean, it's pretty sort of vanilla place. What did you do in Salt Lake that led to the jail time?
Oh, no. I was just speeding. I was driving. I guess it was 11 hours. I was like 11 hours and shit. And I fucking was just driving my ass off. They caught me doing 107, I think it was. Oh, and damn. So they took my car. And then this is when I was fucking just young and fucking wild, bro. I didn't calm down. Yes. But yeah, they took my car and shit. And then this crazy part is the officers, they made me give them $1,000. And they said they wouldn't impound my car. They would leave it at the jail. So when I got out. So I went that night. They took me in jail and shit. I stayed the night. When I got up in the morning, I got outside in the car right there. I was like, cool. I had a little pack of blunts I had rolled and I stuffed in the seat. I looked in there. I found that bitch. I was like, cool. I drove out the parking lot, parked up, and driving back to Utah. I had a fight coming up that in 2 weeks. I took a fight on 2 weeks' notice.
Right. That is incredible. By the way, was the Mormon girl at the fight? Did you invite her?
Nah. I don't like. I don't like to invite girls to my shows. Like, to be honest, it's
Okay.
like something that's like a superstition. Like my coaches always tell me, you don't go see your women or nothing like that until after the fight. Like we used to have stat
Wow.
girls and they'd be your girlfriend, and then like I realized they make you all soft. You go all kissy with your girl and shit, trying to like, and then you got to wrestle just. So my coaches always like, no, see them after, you know, and that's what I see.
Interesting. What about your kids? Do you bring them to your fight ever?
No, not yet. I was gonna put one of them in the corner, and I was like, nah, he has to be 18. I just found out, so yeah,
Oh,
but I'm
wow.
gonna do it soon.
Okay. And was Jeremy at the fight?
Jeremy, yeah, he was there.
Oh, that's
You got to
cool.
get the
That's
message and
great.
everything.
That's incredible. So you want
And
to,
so what I was
so
telling him in the message, I was trying to say, like, he taught me all these different things. Somebody said I was dissing him, and I was like, nah, it's not a diss. What I was saying was, he taught me all these different things. He was saying, but Bobby, one day your speed and your reaction is gonna go. You need to learn all these other fundamentals. I got those fundamentals too, and I do these things. And like, what I was trying to make a funny joke was, I still got it. Was what I was saying. You know, like they ain't left yet. You know, it ain't left yet. It's still here. You know, I got
Absolutely.
that speed. I'm the fastest guy in the division.
You showed that on Saturday. I was going to say, all right, next up, UFC 300, Jim Miller, but you just said you want to come back in September. So you might get a couple more
Miller's on
fights.
the list too. Jim Miller's on the list too. Jim Miller's on the list too on 300. Yeah, but I think I still do a show before 300.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, that's March, April we're talking. So you could get a couple in before that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can still do 2 more and then do that.
Wow. Yeah, you don't want some time off? You don't want to chill out a bit?
I'm the fighter of the year. Listen, they said Kevin Lee last year had it for 11. I think I had 9. I told you one of them I passed out making weight. That would have been 10.
Right.
The other one I got popped for drugs with the stupid DHEA bullshit from Walmart, you know? And so, bro, I would have been right there tied. I'm the fighter of the year. You know, when it comes to doing this like number shit, I do this. I'm throwing out classics. I'm not like the other ones.
I'm not going to ask you if Tony should fight again, what he should do. You know, that's a question for him and not for you. But is there anything you'd like to say to Tony after the fight and after his post, like specifically to him?
I would just tell him, listen, bruh, I ain't got nothing but love for you. I hope that you don't take any of this personal. It's the fight game. I never would ever try to do something dirty to a legend, you know, who comes from where I come from, the same side, you know. There's so much I would say, bro. Just never meant nothing like that. And I just, you know, I thought it was gonna be a dope classic, you know. And if it's stained it for him like that, you know, that really sucks, you know. If it's in his head like that, I feel like all the fighters, we need an excuse on why things happen. Every fighter I talked to when they lost, oh, but let me tell you the story. Oh, but this happened and this happened. I can count the countless times, you know? This happened, this happened. It's just what happened. I've been robbed so many times, Errol. I've never got to explain. I never got to complain. You know, it just happened, okay? You're like I remember fighting Thiago Moises. Right in the first round, somewhere in the half, he hits me and hits me right in my eye. And so I didn't say it. They thought I said it was an eye poke. I just said, oh, my eye. It hurt so bad. I thought he burst my shit, you know? So now I'm fucked up. I can't see shit. He's trying to pounce, you know? Fighting him, bing, bing, no, fuck, I'm not no bitch. Bing, bing, fighting still, you know? I fight the round off. I go back to the corner. I'm like, coach, I can't see, you know? I'm seeing 3 people. He said, hit the middle one, motherfucker. You know? That's how we do. We don't have no choices. It's a fight. And so back in there, the next round, I still completely can't see. I had to fight a whole round blind the same way these things happen in all fights. And the difference was I learned. And then also in the Tony fight, somewhere in the second, somewhere in there, like toward the third, I don't know exactly, but something got in my eye. I don't know if it was the Vaseline or what, but something got in my eye. And I was circling the cage. And then he hits me like something's in my eye. But I just kept trying to work it. I'm like, fuck it, get it out. Fuck, it's not. Like, fuck, I'm gonna get it out. Finally, it kind of got a little clear. All right, cool. I don't know, just fight. I don't know how to, like, guys, stop all that. It's a fight. I don't complain. I don't bitch. It's a fight. Listen, I got kneed in the fucking head by Lando Venata. After he dropped me, I got out. He hits me with a legal knee. I never complained. I didn't say, hey, the fight would have happened. It would have went. I jumped right up and I said, all right, let's go back to work because I don't want to rob him of what happened. He dropped me. I said, okay, cool. Let's keep it going. So I don't need that time to try to recover and do all this. No. Give him his time. Let's go. I'm down. Let's go. Herb was like, are you sure? You sure? I'm like, yes, let's go. I want to rob you. I'll play fair. Fine. It happened. Stupid. All right, keep it going. It's okay. Shit happens all the time.
Last thing for you. This was your first fight in a year and a half after 3 fights at the Apex. You're back in front of a crowd. There's a difference, right? Like you need to be fighting in front of crowds, right?
Yeah, and I want to show that to the UFC. Like, you guys been letting me just do them shows. I'm like, I'm throwing them together. And to be honest, big cage can't nobody fuck with me in the big cage. Okay, they got to put me in that little cage. That's where I had to fight the last 2, where Dober could get the cage and get the. He would have never caught me if I could move. But it's that little bitty cage. Put me in the big cage. I'll beat anybody else. Anybody else. When I can move and I can do what I want to do and control how these things going, it's over. And well, I don't want to sound cocky or arrogant. I've been doing it too long not to know.
Yeah, for sure. I hope you start to feel better about the performance and the win. I thought it was really impressive, and the finish was maybe the most impressive part, to do that to Tony Ferguson.
No,
and he's such a tough guy.
I'm angry. They robbed me of it because I'm listening to my critics. You know, I'm my biggest critic. I'm gonna go hard on myself and go. Oh,
don't read the comments.
Nah.
F the comments.
To a certain extent, but you also have to pay attention to know what your audience is saying to you, and so you got to kind of go, oh, well, I go to the biggest thing that everybody keeps complaining about, the eye poke, you know, the eye poke. Okay, well, now I need to go and dress them like, all right, I'm sorry, it didn't matter if that happened or not. This is how he fights, and everybody goes this way. Everybody, like, it was happening in Dover the same way in that small cage. It's gonna keep happening. It was happening to Hazarat. I found new coaches. I'm doing these new things. It's going to happen to a lot of people just like that. I'm the number 1 guy for the most amount of strikes, okay? The number 1 guy who hits the most, me. You're going to get hit a lot, okay? 2, got one of the best defenses where how are you the guy who hits the most? That means that you're in a lot of exchanges, right? But yet you don't get hit as much. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. And so I'm doing it, brother. I'm doing it. Let's go. Who's next? Who's next? Line up, guys. I'm coming.
Can't wait to see the next one. Thanks for always coming on, Bobby. Appreciate it. Great stuff. Congrats on the win. Enjoy the family time, and hopefully you get well soon. The hand heals, and we'll see you back out there soon.
Sure.
All right, there he is. There he is, Bobby Green joining us. Should feel happy about the win, in my opinion. Very impressive to do that at any point to Tony Ferguson. Tony has obviously been through a lot and has had to deal with a lot. And his story is a heartbreaking one, because he had the title shot and he tripped, and that story has been told a million times. But as we were talking about earlier, is he still a top 15 or 20 guy? Probably. I mean, he went 4 rounds there. I don't think that that's the end of his fighting career. I wonder if it's the end of his UFC career, but I don't think it's the end of his fighting career. And so let's see what happens. I'm trying to, just for the record, what is Tony Ferguson? Oh, here it is. I'm trying to get the, where is it? Oh, here it is. The post. Walked into the Delta Center to show the world I was back on track. The preparation for this fight was exceptional. It was one of the best camps I've had. This is what Tony wrote about 20 hours ago on his Instagram. As the fight began, I was in the zone, flowing and feeling confident. By the way, I just noticed he's not doing the first letter all caps thing again. It's been a while since I've seen this. Anyway, Bobby knew the direction of the fight. I believe he knew what he was doing when he poked me in the eye. He has a big history of moves like this. It significantly impaired my vision, making it difficult to see clearly out of my eye. Despite this eye poke, I never considered stopping the fight. Although the doc wanted to, throughout my career, I've always pushed through challenges and never given up. This time was no different. Unfortunately, in sports, setbacks like this are a part of the journey. While I won't use the eye poke as an excuse for the outcome, I know for a fact I have more to give. Moving forward, I plan to work closely with Dana, Hunter, and my entire team to assess what is next. I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to my wife, my family, my fans. Your support means the world to me, and it's what drives me to keep pushing forward and striving for greatness. Thank you all for being by my side through the highs and lows of the sport. That I love. Eye appointment tomorrow. I believe that's today. Some recovery and back after it. Love you all. Champ CSO. Hashtag UFC 291. So there it is from Tony Ferguson. What a guy. Still to come, by the way, Dustin Poirier, 4 o'clock, 3:30, Rose Namajunas. But speaking of UFC 291, the Parlay boys did very well without me. So let's check in fully on how they did. Before we do that, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. A lot to like these days with DraftKings Sportsbook. As you know, you can take your shot at huge wins with DraftKings Sportsbook. You can win big with money lines, props, parlays, and more. Right now, new customers can score $150 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 on anything. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEMMAHour. That's code THEMMAHour only on DraftKings Sportsbook. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPENY or text HOPENY. That's 467-369. In West Virginia, visit www.1800gambler.net in partnership with Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races. All games regulated by the West Virginia Lottery. Please play responsibly. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resorts in Kansas, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. See DraftKings.sportsbook.com for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Check them out. Please support DraftKings because they support us. And also, I want to say that we love the good people over at Harry's. Harry's are the best. I love Harry's. And as you know, guys, nothing beats the confidence of a fresh shave. You know that. I know that. You do it a little bit here. Even if you have the beard, you got to clean it up. And over at Harry's, with their German engineer blades, they will give you your cleanest shave yet. Plus, they've got a simple, high-quality selection of skincare products to help keep that fresh face feeling. I've tried a few. I have the razor, tremendous. I have the shaving cream, tremendous. I have the aftershave, tremendous. It's like butter. Hot knife butter. That's what it feels like. And then afterwards, oh my God, don't even start. You know yourself. You feel like $1 million. Harry's has the highest customer service satisfaction rating in the shaving industry, obviously. And they're still offering a no-risk trial. I mean, is that a mensch move or what? Give it a try. And if you're not happy with it, no worries. It's on them. So get your best shave ever this summer with Harry's. Get a $13 starter set for just $3 at harrys.com/Ariel. Again, that's harry.com/Ariel. That's HARRYS.com/Ariel. That's me, ARIEL. For a $3 starter set, I mean, what's better than that? Please support them because they support us. All right, gents, how'd you do? Killed it? Was I the weak link?
Light work, baby.
Was I the guy?
I guess maybe you were the weak link.
I'm happy to
all
be
of all of ours hit with relative ease.
Yeah.
Little sweat
Tell me
on
about
Frank.
it.
I was about to say, not Frank's exactly.
Little sweats on Frank. I mean, I guess you could say it looked every bit of a minus 500. But yeah, 3 for 3, plus 116 on it. A little plus money, 3-leg action. And the Parlay boys, almost said pals, Parlay boys are back. I think we're going to hit again this week. I think we might get back to even money after this week is all said and done.
We're going to be in the black, baby. I feel it.
UFC Nashville, Jake Paul, Nate Diaz. We got plenty of options to choose from. I think we're going to be able to find something. Frank's talking something about Amanda Serrano. He's going to figure something out. His favorite fighter.
Done.
Yeah. I guess you could do some sort of like prop bet, right? You can't just pick Serrano.
No, she's like minus 1,500, something heavy there.
I mean, I actually think that rule should be thrown out the window.
I actually think we should make it worse, make it stricter.
Why?
Minus 500 or better.
All right.
Makes it more fun, gives it a little more juice.
All right, so what about the rest of the night?
Parlay boys back. Let's hit the 291 recap for myself. Don't look now.
Yes.
But 4 straight winning weeks finish off July with back-to-back winning weeks. Do decent on the singles, but hit both our parlays and end up plus 2.84 units on the week.
You love to see it.
That's what they say, Frank. We do love to see it. Clawing our way back to even money. Hopefully we can get there before the year is out. Still got some time, 5 months to go. Still up 62 units overall. So, it's nice to get into a little bit of a groove. We'll try to make it 5 consecutive winning weeks this weekend with all the action going on. I did decent. The public did unbelievable, or at least the people that responded to my tweet. Let's recap a couple big hitters here real quick because, man, this might have been the hardest week of all time to make it while also having the most big hitters ever.
Wow. I also like the decision on Frank's part to play the music while you were mid-sentence. I thought that was really...
That wasn't actually my choice.
No, I think that was
You
great,
played the
actually.
music.
So we can keep it
all right.
moving because there's
Okay.
a lot to get to
There's
here.
a lot?
We'll start with Marcus Allen, Marky Nude. He hits a plus 27,377 10-leg parlay and a plus 15,863 10-leg parlay. Turns 1950 into over $4,200. $19.50 into over $4,200.
By the way, is this the former running back for the Raiders?
That's what I thought as well. I thought he was a fan of the
Yeah.
show, but no, this is just at
Imagine.
Marky Nude on Twitter. And both of them, it looks like, finished with Justin Gaethje. So I cannot imagine just how crazy this dude went when that head kick landed to turn his $20 into over $4,000. So shout out to him. Another one, plus 59,213 for C.I. Pratt. He goes Kevin Holland by submission, Derek Lewis round 1, Jake Matthews round 2, Roman Kopylov round 2, all plus 360 or better. Parlayed them together, turned $1 into almost 600. We keep it rolling right along. Big Sea Dog 420, Sea Fish 10-pick parlay plus 37,225 $2 into almost 750. Gets almost the entire card correct. Next up, MMA Fan 1999 goes by Cody Garbrandt's Chin on Twitter. He goes Miranda Maverick by submission in round 2 or 3. Kopylov by KO, rounds 2 or 3. Jake Matthews by submission in round 2 or 3. Parlayed them all together, plus 24,000. $30 into 7,332. So shout out to him. Couple more here. I mean, I'm telling you, I was going through these responses and they were just unbelievable. CB Will, 312, Chance, 5-leg parlay, plus 26,932. Bonfim by submission. Derek Lewis inside the distance. Kopylov round 2. Jake Matthews sub. Miranda Maverick sub. Just insane. I mean, you literally, you had to hit a plus 15,000 or better to get on the show this week. That's how good these people were doing. Spain Scott. Uros Medic KO round 2 or 3. Jake Matthews sub round 2 or 3. Kopylov KO round 2 or 3. Plus 29,225. $5 into almost 1,500. I still got a couple more to go because this was the most impressive performance by the collective public here. Prop Sniper. 3rd straight appearance on the big hitters. This guy cannot miss. Miranda Maverick sub, Jake Matthews sub, Kopylov KO, and he hits the round on each. $5 into over $1,000 plus 20,000. Just insane stuff. Moving along here. Nick
What's so funny?
DeGenero, Nick DeGenero had to work through that one. What was so funny? We're just laughing at how many of these are. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Plus 16,400. Bobby Green, Tony Ferguson ends round 3. Pereira Blachowicz goes the distance. Derek Lewis by KO. Kevin Holland by KO or submission. $3 into 528. We've almost reached the end of the road here. 2 more. Toby K, 1, 2, 3. He goes Jake Matthews by round 2. Terence Crawford round 9. Threw some boxing in there. Exactas on both. Insane stuff. Last but not least, had to shout him out. I owed him this one. Diehard MMA Pod, Clint McLean. So this was the biggest parlay he hit. Miranda Maverick by submission, Jake Matthews by submission, Kevin Holland by submission, plus 5,800. turns $30 into $17.85. But he also finished up 32 units on the night. Just an unreal performance by him. He had Derek Lewis as well. He did his best Derek Lewis impression, taking the pants off. And yeah, unbelievable night for him. Huge bounce back year in 2023 for him as well. So shout out all the big hitters. I mean, absolutely insane night for these people. I can't believe how many plus 20,000 or more that we saw from UFC 291.
That is tremendous stuff. You were talking about big fans and whatnot. I do have a funny story for all of you from my evening on Saturday. So obviously it was a busy one doing the Showtime stuff. It was great to work with Luke Thomas and Kate Abdo. I enjoyed it tremendously. We got to do the prelims. And then the moment the prelims were done, I got to work on the main card in a different kind of role. I was the roving reporter. So we were grabbing luminaries who were in attendance. Sugar Hill Stewart, who's the head trainer for Tyson Fury, was a little lukewarm on the Francis Ngannou fight. Of course, I'm talking about Saturday's boxing event, mega event at T-Mobile Arena. And who else did we talk to? Badu Jack, shout out. Ebony Bridges, Richie Woodall. So we talked to a few people. There were so many celebrities there, but they were all the way on the other side, so we couldn't get them to come over. And then the thing was, when the winner was crowned, so to speak, we were allowed to go to the ring, and we were allowed to interview the winner, but not in the ring. That's just Showtime's role and their spot. So I was allowed to be like on the outside. If you've ever seen British boxing, European boxing, you're on the outside, but not quite in the ring. And so I'm there climbing up the stairs, holding on to like the ring post. Eminem's there, Lil Wayne's there, James Harden's there, Russell Westbrook's there, Damian Lillard's there. I mean, it's a who's who. And we're supposed to talk to Bud after he talks to Jim Gray, but there was a whole commotion and there's like 1,000 people in the ring. That's one thing that I wish they would do more like the UFC, less people in the cage or ring after a big win. And he went out the other way and we didn't get him. So then his team tells us you could go to the locker room and try to get him. Now the locker room and the route to the locker room is a whole mess of a situation. There's so many people. It's like a total shit show. It's just chaos, right? It's chaos as you expect it to be. One nice byproduct of this, finally getting to meet Damian Lillard in person, comes up. You know, we do the thing. What is it called? The what are we talking about? What is this thing called? That we dap it up. We do this, that, and like bang, bang.
It's always good when you ask what's it called, you know?
Yeah, it was great. He's like, pleasure to finally meet you. I was like, man, Dame Dollar up in this shit. I mean, it was incredible. Everyone's there. Stephen A's in the house. Say what's up to my man Stephen A. Say hello. Joe Joyce is in the house. And then I'm waiting outside the locker room. And I'm waiting. I mean, it was a long time. Then we find out that the camera doesn't go that far and the microphone won't work. We have to get a new microphone. And then when we forget the mic flag, we have to get the mic flag. Then I get to go in the locker room and I'm waiting. And now I feel like, how the hell did I end up here? How am I in the locker room? How am I there? Bud's draped in all the belts and Shakur Stevenson is there and Clarissa Shields is there and his whole family is there and his team is there and everyone's there. And they're all taking pictures and it's like, bring in the kids and bring in the family and bring in the teammates. And then it's like, bring in Ariel. And to his credit, you know, friend of the program, been on a couple times, did the interview. I don't think he was in the interview mode, so to speak. I do have one regret from the interview. I maybe didn't phrase my question well enough and he misunderstood what I was saying about which distinction, which honor, which achievement meant more, being a two division champion or being the first undisputed in the 4-belt era at 147. He thought I was comparing it to Clarissa. That's not what I was doing. But nevertheless, good to get him and all good. So I get it. And then I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. Like, I should not really be here. I feel like I made a left turn into some crazy post-fight celebration. This guy comes up to me and he's wearing a hat with a number 3 on it. And he's like, yo, man, I'm a big fan. And I was like, oh, cool. He's like, let me take a selfie with you. And I was like, okay, cool. Now, I think it's Chance the Rapper because I know he always wears the hat with the 3. And, you know, I like his stuff. But I'm like, why would Chance the Rapper say this? And why would he want a selfie with me? So just to be safe, I'm like, can I get one with you too? I never asked for selfies. I just felt like I should. If he's that big of a star and he's asking me, then maybe I should ask him. So I get the selfie, send it to the Parlay boys. I was like, you guys know who this is? Now, they thought I just never heard of Chance the Rapper and were mocking me. But I just wanted to make sure that it was who I thought it was. And so they're like, yes, it's Chance the Rapper. Wow, crazy. Chance the Rapper. I mean, Justin Bieber songs, all this stuff. Cool. He's a big star. The next day, as I'm sitting in the airport for, 16 hours or whatever it was, hellacious day. I'm not going to complain. not one of those. But you get. I'm trying to like find things to do to amuse me. So I post. Great to take a picture with a fan. Always nice to give back to the fans whatever I wrote. And it was just me and Chance, and everyone recognized it. Some got the joke, some didn't. But he's very recognizable. The second time, and that's it. Now I'm on my way. I'm trying to get home. The second time that we have to deboard the plane because it overheated, I'm waiting around in the terminal, and who's there? Chance the freaking Rapper. What are the chances that Chance the Rapper is there? And so I'm like, oh my God, there's the hat. Cool. Like, let me go sit. Now we're boys. He's a fan. Maybe he wants to take another selfie. So I walk up to him. I was like, yo, Chance, what's up? I wouldn't expect him to be in the McCarran Airport or whatever it's called now, Harry Reid. I was like, what's up, man? Dap him up, fist pump, all that. Is it a fist bump or pump?
Bump. Yep.
Bump. And he's like, yo, man. He's like, you did me dirty with the picture. You said I was a fan. I was like, oh, shit. I didn't think you would see that. Definitely didn't expect to see you again. He's like, and I'm like, no, I was just kidding. And then I actually had a good retort. I was like, no, because I saw you post like a carousel gallery thingy on Instagram of all the people you met, and I didn't make the cut. So I was like, man, I didn't make the cut, then you're just a fan. And he's like, nah, it's all good. And he told me he was trying to get to Napa for a show, and he was thinking of driving there because his flight got delayed. And I was like, well, I'll leave you to a chance, but, much love. Thanks for being a fan. But what are the chances that after my little sly joke of taking a picture with a fan, 12 hours later, I would see him in the airport and he would call me out on it? He doesn't even follow me.
Moment.
It just speaks to how big a fan of you he really is. But I will say, you're also doing your homework, checking his content and seeing that you're not in there. I can appreciate that. I like the way you played that one. I like.
Yeah, you also teed it up to us. You were like, "Who is this?" And I thought you were completely joking.
No, no. I wanted to just confirm. The 3 hat. Yeah, the 3 hat is iconic. I just wanted to confirm. By the way, speaking of Seinfeld, I saw Seinfeld on Friday with our good friend John Beer at the
JB.
Shout out to our good friends over at ppv.com. They invited us, and they've got a great service. They're the evolution of In Demand, and I got to meet a lot of the great people over there, and they're doing great things because now you can stream all these pay-per-views, including Paul and Diaz. So, In Demand used to be all the cable companies. They still are, DirecTV, but now you can get it on devices, phones, tablets, chats, all this. This is just me talking about them.
I like that tagline, the evolution of In Demand. I literally went to their website. I wanted to see if it was their slogan or not.
Is it?
It's not. No, it's not. They're home for pay-per-view events. But the evolution of In Demand is nice.
I met their EVP, Michael Berman, and he told me, I was like, man, where'd you guys get that URL? Like, that's a great URL, ppv.com. Like, that's just as clean as it gets.
X.com.
One notch above. Anyway, he told me he bought it like 15 years ago and just kept it in his back pocket. And now look at how it's, paying off, coming to fruition.
Kept it in his back pocket and didn't like immediately act on having it?
No, because 15 years ago, that wasn't really a thing.
It's amazing.
But that's foresight right there, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, we went to Seinfeld. I was there with a bunch of the boxing media, Chris Algieri, Dan Canobio, all those good guys. I do have one sad thing to report. It was good, and someone told me it was predominantly new material, but here's my sad thing to report.
Uh-oh.
The show started at 9, I think, or maybe it was 8, but he came on after the opening act. It was solid. I fell asleep for a little bit. And I was so excited.
Oh, my Lord.
That is ridiculous, man.
I was so excited. I was so
Are you
tired,
actually like 75 years old?
Yes, like,
and
what
you're
is
just
that,
not
dude?
telling us?
Like, what is that, man?
I fell asleep. I was so tired.
Was it too warm in the theater?
What time? Give me the time.
It was probably like 9:30
Oh,
Pacific. Now
Lord
we're
almighty.
talking 12:30
Still,
Eastern.
dude, you're sitting in public, like in a theater, and like if someone looks over and they just see you, just like
Okay,
I
here's
pray
a
at some point in Dallas you fall asleep in public.
Here's a very
Oh, my
important
God.
question. Do you
Yes.
snore?
Yes, according to my wife, I do,
Oh,
and my daughter.
no, this is horrendous.
Now, am I snoring in these public,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
10-minute cat naps?
You fall asleep.
I
in
don't
the-
know about that. That would be bad. Could you imagine?
That'd be very bad.
God.
Remember,
That
I was
would
saying
be-
how my wife came with me and fell asleep during.
Yeah,
I forget, one of the
I mean,
movies?
she's pregnant too, so
She is
it's
a
pass.
very loud snorer. So like, I was kind of like, waking her up every 5 minutes to try and make sure that she wasn't snoring and waking up.
Seinfeld
my
thinks you're
gosh.
heckling him because
Yeah.
he starts snoring in the
Oh.
crowd, and then you just have a
I felt like he was
rivalry.
working through material too. There was a couple of like, starting, and then let me get back to that, which was a bit surprising, but it was a great treat to see him. You know, who am I to
Yeah,
critique?
for the part that you were awake for sure.
What is it like when you come to during this live Jerry Seinfeld set? And you're just like, oh shit! Like I definitely fell asleep.
Yeah,
there.
the problem was it is literally during the day. It is like 115 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's what I'm hearing.
It is
yeah.
next level. It is next level. And then you go inside,
Dry heat,
and then
though,
it's
right, Frank?
freezing. Yeah, it's a dry heat.
You know
and
what
then
would
it's
make
freezing
my
inside.
life? You know what would make my life? If in
What's
the
that?
you say he's working through it, if in the subsequent shows he talks about the dude who fell asleep in his set.
Nah.
and
What's
makes
the
a
deal
joke
with
out of
people
it.
falling asleep?
Oh, that would just
The
be
first thing he
incredible.
talked
Not
about,
that
by the
there's
way, the
anything
first thing he
wrong
talked
with that.
about was the weather. The first thing he talked about was the weather. It was classic.
on brand.
It was like,
on brand.
Classic. Yeah.
No, but it was great. He's like, everyone's like, "What's up with the weather?" He's like, "Okay, it's the weather. It's like, it's gonna happen. Like, could you believe?" He said this thing like, "Could you believe the weather?" It's like, "Yes, I could believe it. It's the same thing all the time." It was so class. It was great.
And
It
then
was
that
great.
guy
It
in the
was-
fifth row snoring. Ugh.
it was- Anyway, one person who would never snore at a comedy show, especially a Jerry Seinfeld show, is our next guest. Great to have her back in the mix. We have not seen her in action since May of 2022. It has been that long. We're talking like a year and a half or so, but on September 2nd in beautiful Paris, France, site of the 2024 Olympic Games, she is coming back at 125 pounds. She's the great Thug Rose Namajunas joining us on the program. Hello, Rose. How are you?
Hello, how are you doing? I'm good.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great as well. Thank you so much for joining us. It has been a while, Rose. Wow, it has been so long. Where have you been? Just hanging out, hiding out. Where have you been?
Shoot. Yeah, I've been at home. I've been taking care of some, personal life. It doesn't really feel like a year and a half has gone by. It's crazy how fast time goes by. But yeah, I bought a house and I had done a lot of work on it. I spent amount of the year and getting my grandmother situated here in the States again. She just got her green card, so it's like super amazing. And then I built a gym, in my garage and just been
Wow.
training.
Did you build the gym
I put
yourself?
together, what's that?
Did you build the gym yourself?
I mean, I have people helping me.
Okay, all right.
I pay to do it, but I mean, I mainly like we did a lot of work on the house in the backyard with the garden and stuff. So now I don't have to run to the community garden anymore, and I have it right in my backyard. And so that's the other, thing that I've been spending my time on as well.
Okay. Obviously, the last time we saw you was that frustrating fight against Carla, and then we spoke shortly after. And the impression, correct me if I'm wrong, the impression that I got from you was like you're just leaving the door open, but you didn't put a time to like you weren't really thinking. You wanted to take some time off. And so I'm just wondering, at any point in all of this, did you think maybe that was it for you? Like you did the thing, you won the belts, you're all good. Did you ever feel that way at any point during this, 14 or 15 month time away from the cage?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. You froze right now. Can you still hear me?
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Yes, I still hear you.
Yeah,
You
can
got a
you
little
hear me?
frozen.
Okay.
Did you hear my question?
No, I definitely. Yeah, I heard your question, and I said that yeah, I definitely thought I was done for like a good amount of time. Yeah. Yeah, I was just kind of like I mean, there's definitely a number of things, but like the way that I felt like going into the locker room, I just didn't feel aggressive, and I felt like I don't really want to hurt anybody. And so I was just like, yeah, I guess I'm done. I mean, there was definitely a bunch of other like factors that went into it. And but I mean, it's obviously not the first time that I've questioned whether I should keep doing this or not, but yeah, but I had already like achieved, becoming a champion, defending a champion belt, and then losing it. And then even at that point when I lost it and when I was on my way to like, when I decided to rematch Andrade and I wanted her because I wanted to fix that mistake. To me, that I never thought in my mind, like, I'm going to make it to the belt again. And I just like, that was like the last thing on my mind. But as a martial artist, I needed to have that one fight. And then it just kind of was like, well, I guess we might as well keep going. And then I ended up becoming the champ again. And that had so much meaning to it. But yeah, at this point, or after Carla, it was kind of like, well, I forgot exactly like all the factors. I know there was more than just like the feeling of like not really wanting to like, you know, partake in violence. It was, I think, yeah, it was just like kind of a spiritual thing. I just kind of questioned whether or not like God wanted me to keep going, and like maybe this isn't really, you know, part of a godly life. But I kind of came back around to like, no, this is definitely what God has called me to do. And in a very like he kind of has all different like special gifts for everybody, and like some people are warriors and some people are preachers, you know what I mean? So that's obviously like I've been gifted with the warrior like spirit and just something special. And so I know that I know I don't have like a ton of time left, but I know that I know he's not finished with me yet in this chapter. And this is kind of like I've had like all these different goals of like you know, just financial goals and personal goals and like becoming a champ, all that stuff. And then one of the last goals on my list was like, maybe I could become 2 division champ, you know, and obviously that has a lot of question marks around it, but that's kind of like where we're at right now, you know?
Mm. And I want to ask you about that move in a moment, but just curious, when you were thinking like, I might be done, were you at peace with that decision during that period? Were you okay with your last fight being the one in which you lost to Carla and that being the end? Like, did you feel in your heart, like, I'm good, I don't want to do this anymore?
Yeah, of course. Like, you know, as a musician, when you end on not like going back to the home key, like that just kind of feels weird, right? Like you can't end a song like that. So of course, like, you know, just having an uncharacteristic fight. Like I'm always been an aggressive fighter. I've always been an exciting fighter. I've never really had a boring fight, even fights that I've lost. So for me to have a performance like that, interview anterior. Yeah. No cut. Sure. Okay. But yeah, so I forgot what's name. Yeah. Interview anterior. But yeah, so yeah, like, but I was also at peace with it because to me, if God doesn't want me to fight, like that's how I felt for a second. Like if this is wrong or like not a good thing to do as a person or just whatever, like I don't want to take part in it, you know, like regardless of, you know, what the world thinks or what I want to do or anything like that. Like I just want to do what he wants me to do. And at that moment I was kind of questioning that. So yeah, especially because like, and it's not so much the act of fighting itself, but just like sometimes like and I guess that's part of it, like the entertainment side of it, where people literally just pay money to watch violence. You know, to me that kind of bothered me. To me it's more of like an educational thing. It's an art, and so and it's like all of those things combined. But I know that there's a good portion of the population that literally watches only to see blood and violence, you know. So that kind of weighs on me sometimes, you know.
When did you start to feel that you wanted to come back, and why did you start to feel that way?
I think it was kind of a gradual progression. I think as my personal life and things like and things kind of got more settled, and like I started to create this fortress around me, and like once that started to get kind of settled in, and then like, you know, I always knew like I'm always training, like regardless of if I'm gonna compete or not. I'm always gonna be ready, like I'm a ninja, like you know what I mean. So to me, it's always fun to train, and it always really helps me. So that was always there. But then I think what kind of like I don't know, because I think it was two different things going on at the same time in my mind. Like there was a part of me that was like done, but there was another part of me that was like, I still feel like I have like another mountain to climb, you know? And that was it just kind of like surface stuff, and it just kind of gradually reared its head as soon as kind of things simmered down for me, and I started to work through a lot of things, and grow like spiritually and everything like that. And then I decided to, I still wanted to compete, you know? And so I started thinking about like jiu-jitsu a lot, because in my mind, like as much as like I started in taekwondo and I did karate and then I did all kinds of different martial arts, like to me, jiu-jitsu has always been like the most, like has become one of my favorite martial arts. And that's something that I like thought about, like just longevity wise. Like I feel like post fighting, like that's always something that like I don't think in my older age am I going to be able to like, you know, do 10 rounds of sparring all the time. I mean, maybe, you know, but like but not as much as you can do jiu-jitsu and roll, and I feel like that's like it's the gentle martial art, right? And so to me, that's kind of where it started for me. Was I started really falling in love with jiu-jitsu again, and I did a 80cc competition. And actually, I was thinking about doing a little bit more competitions. Like I was thinking about, Eddie, I talked to Eddie Bravo for a second about doing combat jiu-jitsu, but then as soon as I got like a little taste of competition, I was like, yeah, I just want to fight. Because it's like, you know, yeah, there's nothing more like exhilarating than that. So that was kind of like, yeah. So
And
here I am.
so when you decided that you wanted to fight and come back, was it always 125, or was there something that happened that made you decide I'm going to move up?
Yeah, definitely after the Carla fight, like I think that was win or lose. I was thinking about doing that anyways, because of, well, one, I just, my body's changing, you know, I started to mature. I've always, like early on in my career, I never really like cut that much weight, and up until like the last few years, I think maybe like when I fought Michelle Watterson, that was when I actually started to like really start to put on size. And then like each fight, it's just been a little bit more and more. And even though I got better at cutting, I also felt like, man, this can't be healthy. You know what I mean? Like as much as like I got physically better at it, like, or mentally better at it, I think physically it does kind of, I don't know. I feel like I have, you know, I'm way stronger now. And then I also, I put on, and then I also made a little bit of effort to put on a little more size, like to actually intentionally get a little bigger and do a little more lifting and stuff and eating. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. I don't know.
No, I was just asking about the decision to go to 125, and you said win or lose after the Carla fight. You considered it.
Because like what, like Whaley's the champ now, so then what? So I fight her a third time, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just not very interesting. I've already fought, you know, Andrade and this and that, and I mean, and now she's gone back down. She went up to 125, but whatever. And then, you know, yeah, Whaley's the champ, so it's like, okay, so then I could just beat her again. But I don't know. To me, it's like more than that. Like I want something that kind of scares me, that, you know what I'm saying, that like is that's gonna, like, yeah, that scares me, and like I want to face my fears and stuff. And then it's also just always been a part of the plan. And then it's like, yeah, I could keep doing the same old thing, but man, like as soon as it gets kind of redundant, like once this game gets redundant, and yeah, I can get bored really quick, and that's not good for nobody. So so I need to keep it fresh and interesting.
And so we're about a little over a month away from the fight. Like, how much weight do you think you'll have to cut? Because I saw, I think it was Pat I don't think it was you. I think it was Pat who posted a picture of you, and like you could see you are a lot more muscular than you were the last time we saw you. So
Yeah.
how much weight do you think you're going to have to cut when it comes to fight week?
Yeah. So like completely dry and like no food in me. I've been waking up at like 135, you know. So
Okay.
and then as we get closer, I might, drop a couple, whatever, but I'm hoping to keep that on. And as the nerves kind of set in, sometimes it's like I do start to lose my appetite a little bit. But to me, it's it's never been about size to me. I feel like, God is my strength too. So it's like, like people always think like, I feel like people are always surprised at how strong I am. And, and I feel like there's more to it than size that makes strength. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I think and given that I feel how I want to feel, like as long as I don't have that feeling again of like that weird, like kind of pacifist kind of a feeling that I had for a moment there, as long as I don't have that, and I want to keep fighting, as long as I have that feeling of like, yeah, this is fun and I want to keep going, I can see like just over time being able to naturally just put on more size also. But I also don't want to like force it. I want to make sure that I'm like just feeling good, and yeah. So yeah, I probably float around from like anywhere from 135 to like 138,
Okay. Any thought in the back of your mind, like, are you worried that as you put it, that pacifist feeling will creep up on fight week or fight day? How do you combat that?
Yeah, of course. I don't combat it. I just let like I'm just gonna be as genuine as possible. You know what I mean? Like whatever will be, and to me it's like I can't fight against God's will. You know what I mean? If that's what his will is for my life, that's what it is. And but I know that I am a warrior, like and I definitely, man, the energy that I've, other than just like today, it's crazy because usually more of my training camps, I'm way more of like a head case. And like just have like, cry days and stuff. And today was probably my first day of like, what the heck, like what's going on. But it was crazy because like as soon as like I signed this fight, even before then, and like, I've been feeling like just I don't know, like something special, like a very special energy, like I would say like the Holy Spirit, but just like like a feeling of like freedom and like just not really, because I had accomplished like I think before, as I was fighting, it's like I need to like achieve, like realize my destiny is to become a champ and stuff. And as much as like, but I already know I'm a champ, so it's like now I can just be free to like fight how I want to fight, like prepare how I want to prepare, and like just have fun. So when Pat was cornering Alonzo for his last fight, and I think it was in Vegas or something for International Fight Week, he said that Robbie Lawler was like backstage, and he saw him in the locker room. It was cool to like just witness, like, dude, just he has like just that feeling of like just this is fun, like fighting is fun, like it shouldn't be this whole like, and because it was his last fight, right, like I think there's no pressure, but yeah, like he was just kind of describing how like there was no sense of like I guess it was just good feelings,
Yeah.
And so I kind of like inspired by that, because it's just like, yeah, man, we make such big deals over like little things, and really at the end of the day, it's like all of this is just a grain of sand, in the grand scheme of things. Like, my story is like, as much as it can be like hugely inspiring to so many people and have this ripple effect, but all these ups and downs, it's also just like a grain of sand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
it's also just a fight,
major props to you. Like, you're not just entering a new weight class and fighting supremely lower ranked fighter. You're fighting one of the top 125ers, Manon Fiorot, in her home country of Paris. And I was a little bit surprised by that, just because I know you don't love traveling too far away and things like that. So how do we end up on the Paris card against one of the best flyweights in the world?
I don't know. I just, like, as soon as I had gotten a lot of fight offers over the past, over the course of since taking time off. And that was the first time where I was like, that sounds interesting, and for some reason, I thought about Paris. As much as I don't like traveling, I mean, I also don't like a lot of things that I also like equally, you know what I mean? And of course I love traveling. Like, I mean, there's so much to learn, there's so much to see. And it just, that's just kind of like lazy Rose doesn't want to travel, or comfortable Rose doesn't want to travel. But I know, like, all these things help me grow, and they expand my horizons. I mean, like, I had one of the best experiences going to Abu Dhabi. Like, as much as I feared doing that, and I was like, during like nobody knew what was happening during COVID and all that stuff, it was like the most rewarding experience ever. And like, even though I smashed my nose, it was like also one of the best things that happened ever. So it's like, as much as I don't like these things, sometimes, like, I know this is medicine for me. This is good for me. Like, and going to Paris. Also, I was thinking about Paris, and like, one, I've never been there, so that's kind of cool. But then two, there's little, I mean, it just seems like it's going to be pretty exciting because, like, Lithuania is not that far away from there. I have a lot of Lithuanian fans in London, and just that part of the world. I don't know. I think that part of the world's really cool. And, but yeah, I mean, to me, it also doesn't really matter either. Like, like, it could be in Vegas, it could be here. I fought everywhere. So it's just, it'd be ideal if I could fly to Paris in 1 hour, you know what I mean? So there's stuff that I don't like that comes with it. But overall, I just think, Manon, I think her just as an opponent is exciting too. She's a true martial artist. Like, she's not just like a fighter or like an athlete. Like, I mean, she's all of those things, but, as I remember watching her, like, as soon as she came off, I think the Contender Series or whatever, I was like, oh, she's pretty badass, like, and like, she has some real striking skills. And I like girls that can strike, I mean, I like girls that also are just overall MMA, well-rounded, which she is, but definitely, like, her karate background and her style and just everything. And, even her little attitude, and, you know what I mean? Just like her little whole swagger, like, that's something that brings out the competitor in me. And I love that.
Sometimes historically in fighting, when someone considers retirement and then comes back, but then, like, after that fight, they say, you know what, maybe I shouldn't have come back. Like, when you have the 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I remember Rashad Evans talking about this back in the day. It leads to a different kind of fighter out there. Are you confident saying, like, you're all the way back? Do you still have some doubts in the back of your mind about the sport? About, like,
no, I'm definitely all the way back. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna fight. Whether or not, like, unless if I just wait, like I said, like, so the 1 foot in, 1 foot out, like, I mean, that to me, like, that's been my whole life. You want to call me mentally unstable for a reason. So to me, it's like, but I own that, and I'm not afraid to. I think it's a lot of people are afraid of being vulnerable and, like, talking about how they really feel, and I feel like once they say it out loud, and all of a sudden they can't, then it's real, and then they can't do anything about it. It's like, no, once I say something how I actually feel, that's the first step of doing something about it. And so for me, it's like, I've been 1 foot in, 1 foot out for many years now, for many fights. Right. And so, so it's just kind of like one of those things, but, and this is a very complicated sport and thing that we do. And it's almost like a drug too. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, it's wonderful.
Do you think when you're done fighting, you'll be one of those people who doesn't go to fights ever, who doesn't want to be around MMA? Like, do you think when you're done, you'll really be done?
Probably. There's definitely, like, a lot of me that, cause I barely go to fights now. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
but
that's true.
maybe when I'm done, I'll actually enjoy it a little bit more as a fan.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, but I don't know. I think, but I also could be like just straight up in my garden and being a farmer and just being too busy for that. You know what I mean? Like, but I also feel like I'm always gonna have some sort of involvement with martial arts, whether that be training other fighters to fight, or whether that's I really just enjoy I really feel like just like the regular person learning martial arts, like what it does for just regular people is super important, and just for society in general. So to me, that's like probably going to be my main focus when I'm done. But yeah, I'll always be training, and then yeah, if I catch the fights, I catch the fights. Sometimes like the MMA scene gets a little, silly, and then sometimes it's like really exciting, and so it just kind of depends. But yeah, I think I'll probably, I don't know. Yeah.
We don't have to worry about that now. The good news is you are back.
Yeah.
September 2nd, Paris, Manon Fiorot, new weight class, new you. I thought maybe,
Mhm.
we would change. Maybe you'd come with like cornrows or something, but it's a new and improved version of
Yeah.
Thug
Yeah. We
Rose.
don't got to
And
change
it's,
everything.
yeah, we don't have to change everything. New house, new gym, new home gym, a lot of new things. That is tremendous. I'm very
Yeah.
happy for you. Welcome back, Rose. Great to have you back, and good luck in this final month of training. And can't wait to see you back in there on September 2nd.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, talk to you soon. There she is, the one and
All
only
right.
Thug Rose, on the program. Always great to have her on, and always great to talk to her. I know she doesn't do a lot of those, but interesting to hear her reveal that she was done for a moment, and that she was somewhat at peace with that. And now here she is coming back, and it's interesting to hear her talk about that struggle, that internal struggle, that a fighter may have, and that people around fighting may have about the violence and the combat and everything that goes into it. We have no idea just how difficult it can be at times. And so she is honest and open and vulnerable about all of that. But here she is coming back against no slouch. Wow, Manon Fiorot in Paris is a tough freaking assignment. What an assignment that is. That is a tough, tough fight. Right now, Fiorot, according to the UFC rankings, number 2 behind Valentina Shevchenko, who, of course, fights on September 16th against Alexa Grasso. One would think a win here for Rose puts her in the mix in a very big way, right? You've got Aaron Blanchfield, you've got Tyler Santos. Obviously, you have to see what happens in the Valentina fight. But yeah, Casey O'Neal's coming back. Viviane Araujo. Macy Barber, of course. Can't forget about her. 125, best division in women's MMA right now in the UFC, in my opinion. No doubt about that. So she is a big addition to that weight class, and we'll see how it all plays out on the 2nd of September. All right, final guest of the day, and it's a massive one. Of course, we just saw him less than 48 hours ago in Utah. And again, I get there's the feelings that I get in these moments are hard to describe, because Dustin Poirier doesn't have to come on the show. He doesn't have to talk to any of us. He doesn't owe us anything. He did the post-fight press conference on Saturday. He showed up. He worked. He fought his ass off, his heart out. And unfortunately, it didn't go his way. And then he did all the media, and he showed love to Justin, and they had a great moment, and we saw it all on camera. And he said this wasn't a funeral, and that he has already wanted life, and that could be it. But here he is coming on to talk about it more, and I can't be more appreciative, grateful, and can't thank him enough for that. So without further ado, let us say hello now to old friend of the show, Dustin Poirier, who's kind enough to join us back home. Dustin, thank you for doing this. Really appreciate it.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I really, really do appreciate this. Could I ask, how are you doing? Less than 48 hours removed from Salt Lake, UFC 291. How are you dealing with everything?
Still processing it. I was kind of busy in Salt Lake. I just got home like an hour ago, so it's kind of, traveling today. It's kind of setting in, but I'm all right. I'm just heartbroken, man. It sucks. I worked hard, was in incredible shape, and I got beat. But Like that's fighting. I said that in the post fight. You know, it sucks, man. It fucking sucks. Especially like not taking nothing away from Justin. Like he's a warrior and an incredible job. You know, to sit on a loss for 5 years. I had to do it with Connor. You know, I sat on a loss for like whatever it was, 7, 8 years until I had an opportunity to finally get it back. So he sat on that loss for 5 years, and boy, he got it back. But I still, you know, it just sucks because I still feel like I'm better than him. I feel like I'm the better fighter. I got hit with a great shot, not by luck or chance. He set it up beautifully, and I was just a victim to great technique. I was in the wrong place. I didn't guard myself properly, you know, but I felt very aware. The whole fight, I feel like I'm better than him, and I lost. That hurts, you know. But that's fighting, man. It is what it is. What can I do?
Is there any part of you that feels like this one is harder to digest because you already beat him, and that's why you keep saying like you feel like you're better than him because you know that you can beat him, you stopped him, and you saw how that story played out. Does that make it harder to swallow as opposed to if this was the first time you fought him?
No, that was 5 years ago. Like I said all week, that this was a different fight to me. I'm talking about what I felt in the octagon a couple of days ago. I felt like I was better. Not that I beat him before. This was really a new fight to me. You know?
Okay. Yeah. And just, you know, we always talk about these things after, before it's different. Like going in, were you feeling good? Was it a good camp? Were you like, was the week good in Salt Lake? Was everything okay?
Dude, couldn't have asked for a better week. Easiest weight cut of my career. Camp was incredible. I've never felt better, honestly. I never felt better. I just, you know, I didn't even get to start fighting. Like we were still filling each other out a lot in that first round, and then second round, boom, it happened. You know, I didn't even get into the fight. I feel like it just sucks, bro. It sucks. Beautiful. I didn't see the kick. I didn't see it. He hit it behind a cross. The two blinded me. I caught like a glimpse of it in my peripheral last second, you know, but it was too late. The foot wrapped around, got me like around the ear, dude. It was fucking beautiful, man. Like just as a fan of the sport and a fan of Justin's, you know, what he did is incredible because, dude, I was very well prepared and I busted my ass and was in position to fuck him up, you know.
You know, when you're thinking about the fight, you sign on the dotted line, you dream about the fight, it's in your thoughts for weeks and months. Did that scenario ever creep in? Like head kicks?
Head kick? No.
Never.
I knew no. I knew he's a big puncher. And I felt his hands in there. Like he has a lot of power, man. He has some knockdown power, but kicks, we worked leg kicks the whole camp. You know, we worked checking inside leg kicks again. He didn't throw one inside leg kick. He threw some slap kicks on the outside of my leg, like switch kicks, nothing really hard. But high kick, especially hiding it behind the two like that, blinding me. Dude, I don't get, you know, I've never been dropped with a head kick in my life. You know, I have 47 fights. I've been in the gyms for 16, 17 years. I've never been dropped with a head kick in my life.
Wow. First time training? Never. Nothing.
Never.
Wow. How did you
Usually
feel
see
after
catch him, parry him,
Sure.
counter, you know.
Right.
I'm slick, man. I'm a slick motherfucker, dude. To catch me, I don't know how this happened, you know.
How did you feel
I don't
after
know
the first round?
what laps. Felt good. You know, I felt like it was close. But I knew I had hurt him and I knew I had cut him. I thought maybe the damage. I was when I sat back on the stool, I was like, here we go. Every round I'm gonna pull away. That's what I thought. Oh, like leading up to this fight in my mind, I thought each round we fought, I was gonna pull away. The longer the fight goes, the more I pull away. That's what I thought in my head. And I still think that could have happened, you know, if I wouldn't have got booted in the head. But
Did you think you won that first
I
round?
got hit with the Hogan boot.
Yes, you did. Did you think you won? I thought you won
Then
the first
Herb
round.
dropped the people's elbow on me.
I know.
What?
Stop. Herb dropped the people. How are you
Jesus
able to even
Christ.
talk about it? How are you able to talk about it like Joker? Is this the
Jesus Christ.
this is the way you have to cope with it,
Because,
right?
dude, like, nah, I mean, well, trust me, I beat myself up enough about it in the last, you know, 48 hours, but it's just like I said in the press conference, I've lost before. And like when they called me with Justin's name, those feelings I got, this is because I knew this was an outcome. You know, I knew this was a possibility, an outcome that could happen, and those are the kind of fights that I want to be part of. That this dangerous fights, you know, and I accept that going in. I know things can happen, but I'm living my life live, naked in front of you guys, to be ridiculed and judged or made fun of if I get knocked out, or if I say the wrong things. Everybody's gonna, you know, everybody has an opinion and all this stuff like that. So I'm just being myself. Like I'm not gonna hide. I'm living live in front of you guys. You know, it's a live documentary you guys have been watching since I was in the WEC nonstop. So I can't hide nothing. Fighting is life. So I just being myself, man. You know, yeah, it hurts and it fucking sucks because I know I'm better than him. And I think he knows that, you know. All respect to Justin, but I think he knows that as well. So it is what it is, but I got kicked in the fucking head, you know.
And by the way, I would argue that we've been watching this documentary since way before WC, because of course there is a documentary about your like amateur career and early days Fightville, which is one of the best MMA docs of all time. But I get your point 100%. How many times have you watched it?
I mean, I've seen the highlight a few times. Watched the full fight one time with Mike Brown and Dia Davis when we got back to my Airbnb after the fights.
Okay. And when you see that kick, what happens inside?
Well, it fucking hurts to see my body fall like that, you know, and that hurts to see my body like that. But it was a beautiful technique, man. So, you know, fuck. Just feel like I'm better than to get caught with something like that, and I'm not. You know, I did get caught with it. But I was just getting going, you know. I had a lot more to show. Felt great, dude. I felt strong. I felt fast. I was in crazy shape. I wanted to push for 25 minutes, you know. I wanted it to be a war. And my boxing coach told me this week, or I'm sorry, last week, that he believed Justin was going to fight me on the back foot. And in my head, I didn't think that. I thought we were going to crash. And that's not what happened. You know, he fought me on the back foot and kept me, you know, not chasing, but just tracking him down in there, you know, tracking him down. He was always a little step behind, backing up or moving laterally where I was chasing him. And I felt that in there that he wanted to counterpunch. He didn't want to get into the firefight. I'm sure he would have if I would have, you know, tried to chase him down and initiated it, but I was trying to be careful as well. Even when I had him hurt, I could see it in his eyes. He wasn't there yet. He wasn't ready to go.
His coach, Trevor Whitman, kept saying controlled chaos. And he said this before, but he said it a lot in between the first and second. And Justin has talked about how the fight against you in 2018 was the turning point that, you know, stopped him from going into these firefights all the time. I know you weren't in there a terribly long time with him, but do you feel like he is a different fighter now? Like, is that not just talk? Is it a real thing?
Oh,
He's a different type of fighter? Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. 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 Because in my head, it was going to be similar to the first. I was going to be the matador, touch him up, make him miss, you know, using the techniques I have, the speed I have, the vision I have, and counter punch him and then walk him down when I wanted to. I didn't think I would be chasing him and getting led into a head kick like that, you know?
Mm-hmm. You and Justin seem to have a great relationship. Like your last fight with Michael, there was a little more tension there between you guys. Do you like one situation over the other? Obviously with Conor, there's tension, there's not tension. Like, do you have any preference? Would you rather not have love and admiration for your opponent?
No, I was going to hurt him. No, that doesn't matter.
Okay.
It is what it is. Whatever, you know, whatever it is, it's a fight. I'm pretty good nowadays at blocking that stuff out. You know, when the bell rings, I'm trying to hurt you.
The line at the post-fight press conference where you said this isn't a funeral, I've won at life and all that. I believe every word that you're saying, and I believe that you believe that. I'm just wondering why you felt the need to say that, and I'm wondering if it's because everyone around you is saying I'm sorry, and everyone doesn't really know how to react when someone loses. And so is that your way of telling everyone, like, I don't need your condolences, I'm okay, it just sucks, I lost a fight, but save me the flowers and the sad faces?
That's exactly what it is. You know, like since I walked out of the cage, everybody I went up to I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Obviously they can see that I was hurt from it. But I didn't want to sit at a press conference and like sit in sorrow with those kind of questions and stuff like that. Just shoot me straight. Let me answer your questions. We don't need to, like I said, I'm in it. We're not at a funeral,
Right. Yeah. You've, again, the documentary, we've seen the highs, we've seen the lows with you. This one, because it's not like losing to Khabib is one thing, losing to someone who you feel like you could beat and who have already beaten is perhaps another.
Habib was better than me. I lost Saturday to somebody who I think I'm better than.
Mm-hmm. Is that what makes it tougher to digest as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was away from home for 9 weeks in training camp. I dieted 11 weeks, sacrificed so much, was really focused, man. Was really, really focused and felt great. The best I've ever felt. Honestly, the best I've ever felt.
Wow. And I know you spent time in super high elevation, right? So I feel like I have to ask the question, but did you feel any of that while you were in there?
Nothing. Felt nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Mike Brown told me after the fight, he was like, dude, I can't believe you were talking to us that much between the first and the second round. He's like, people don't have conversations on the stool like that. You crazy motherfucker. He was telling me that, like, not that it was a crazy first round where I would be exhausted, but just I was in the moment. And, I was there Friday the week before. Early Friday morning we landed. I had a straight flight from Florida and the flight left super early. So I was there Friday morning and I was a little bit over 1,000 feet above Salt Lake City in the mountains at an Airbnb. And I had slept at 5,000 feet the last 2 weeks in South Florida. So, dude, when I got to Utah, the air was drier, obviously, but altitude wasn't a problem. I was doing hikes and I ran 5 miles the Sunday before when I was in Utah and did training sessions, every day there. I felt great. But what I did when I did notice the altitude would probably be like the first 7 minutes of every workout, like that initial blow my lungs out. I felt like, then it kind of settles in and I didn't feel anything.
Okay. And so moving forward now, I know it's still very fresh, but of anything out there in your mind right this second, anything out there because of how you feel about this fight, because you feel like you're the better man and all that, and the kick came out of nowhere, would this be, if the UFC called you now and say, whenever you're ready...
I thought Herb kicked me, man. I didn't know what happened.
For real?
I thought I was getting jumped.
Then he hit you with the people's elbow, that guy. Gosh. Herb does slide in there a lot these days.
Bro. Off the top rope, though, Errol? Jesus Christ.
Did you say... I saw you say something to him. Do you remember what you said to him in that moment?
To Herb?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember. Dude, honestly, so I've been stopped before. We all know that. Yeah. This was one of the least, symptoms of like no headache, no memory loss. I felt like I lost, if anything, maybe 2 or 3 seconds. Like when I see the punch coming, then I'm on the mat and I'm grabbing Herb's leg and I realize, oh fuck no, it happened. Something happened. So I just laid back to kind of process it. That's why I was on the mat for a second. I was awake and aware, but I just realized I was grabbing Herb's leg, so I was just laid back because I realized something bad had happened.
But then who tells you the news?
I mean, I just understand. Like, I know the news.
Right.
I've been doing this a long time. I know the news. I know I don't just wake up on the ground.
No, I know, but who tells you the how?
When we go to the back, my coaches and stuff like that, then we start rewatching the clip of exactly how it was done.
Right.
I'm here, fucking moving. Then I'm on the ground, I knew something bad happened, I'm not Joe Biden. Don't just end up on the fucking ground.
And so I'm just wondering, is this the top, number one choice for you? Would it be to fight him again?
If I can, yeah, but then I look like I'm chasing shit, and obviously he's moving on to bigger and better things now. He doesn't have to fight me, so I don't know. I don't know. Of course, that would be my number one pick. If I can choose anybody to fight right away, of course.
Yeah. The reason I asked that is because it does seem like you are in this moment now, and we've talked about it before, where it's like you just don't want to take fights anymore. And so I don't even know how many people are left on that list, right?
I
Of
want
the
to fight
fights that
your
will
ass.
Are you talking to a dog there? I wasn't sure who you were talking to. Was it me or?
No. I was grabbing something on my back. I was talking to you.
Oh fuck, I'm fucked.
Yeah, I gotta get some. I gotta get a dub, man.
You're not ending
I
like
don't know.
that.
We'll see,
There's no
man.
chance you're ending, right?
Dude, I still feel great, and I can compete with all these guys. I still love the sport. I fucking hate it too, so I just deal with it. You know, every day is different. It's like a roller coaster of emotions. I love it and I hate it. It's giving me everything I have, but it's also taking away so much time. I have to be so selfish in what I do. You know, I just miss so many birthdays, and you know, and I'm not complaining because it's giving me everything I have. But to compete at the highest level, for me anyway, maybe everybody's different, but for me, dude, I have to like be so selfish and so focused and lock myself away type of thing. You know, so I miss a lot of time. Luckily, this fight was in summer, and my wife and daughter were able to come to camp with me. But nah, dude, I missed a bounce back. You know, I've never lost 2 fights in a row in 47 fights. You know, I don't think I can walk away on a loss.
Mhm.
But also I don't know. You know, I'm like I said in the press conference, I'm not better than these guys, but I'm just been doing this shit too long. I don't want to fight a new guy in the UFC or something like that. It has to mean something to me. Otherwise, I'm just fighting to fight. I've done that my whole life. You know, I got ahead doing that. I put myself in a great position. It has to mean something. This meant something to me. This was a legacy fight. That's what really hurts. That's what I was telling my boxing coach when we got back. I felt like, you know, winning this belt, of course, it's not a UFC title. It's not an undisputed title, but it really means something, you know, to the fighters, to a fighter's fighter. It means something to be nominated and able to fight for that and win that belt. And Justin earned it, man. And paid in full. He fucking
Mhm.
paid in full. And I felt like that win and that belt would have really cemented my legacy, like as a, you know, because I've got wins over great guys and I've been doing this a long time and stuff. But I felt like that BMF belt would have really made me like a real nomination for a Hall of Famer. It would have really cemented a legacy. Like this guy has done a lot of stuff in the sport, and also it would have teed me up for a title shot and an opportunity to
So,
cross all the boxes off the list.
okay, the last thing you said there, I agree with. Can I just say something? You know, as a pal, I couldn't disagree with you more with what you said at the beginning of that statement. Respectfully, and I'm not saying anything that I haven't said leading up to this fight. That belt don't mean shit. That ain't changing shit about your legacy. You are a Hall of Famer. You don't need that belt. I'll go get you that belt. That belt, you didn't need that belt going in to prove that you're a BMF. You don't need it going out. So I wouldn't put that in your mind that you need that to cement any legacy, to be a Hall of Famer, to get a title shot. You didn't need any of that stuff. So just, I agree with maybe what you said. Oh, a win gets you a title shot. It's hard to get a title shot off a loss, but that belt wasn't going to change anything about your career, your resume, how people feel about you, what you've done. If you walked away today, you're in the Hall of Fame. Whatever that Hall of Fame is, you're in the Hall of Fame tomorrow. So respectfully disagree with that because I don't think you need that belt at all.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you because I respect your word, man. You know, you're one of the few guys in MMA media. There's only a couple that I respect, and you're one of those guys. So thanks. That means a lot.
Of course. I'm just wondering about the selfish thing that you bring up because I feel the same way. Like I notice every time you talk about birthdays, every time you talk about missing things, these things like speak to me as a father as well. And so I'm just wondering, are you getting tired of being selfish? At some point, is that the thing that ultimately will make you decide that I've had enough because you don't want to miss these things anymore?
I mean, it's like I can't get that time back, you know. Uh I'm blessed that my family can travel with me for training camps, you know, but I also have brothers here. You know, my father's getting older, my mother's here, you know, my little brother has a baby, my little brother's getting married. Um, and I'm just always gone. You know, I'm always on the road chasing dreams, and I've done it for so long. But that's just a sacrifice we pay. But I feel like it's just being selfish, you know. And you have to be, you know, to be the best at what I'm trying to do. I can't do it here in Louisiana. I need to be surrounded by other, other people in that kind of gym, an American Top Team, and it is what it is. But it's no different from any other work, whether I was a truck driver and I had to leave my family for a few days at a time and doing that type of stuff. But it's just like I'm that's not the reason if I thought about walking away. It's just that's part of what I dislike about some of the stuff.
Mm-hmm. Can I tell you we were talking about this at the beginning of the show, the one that needs to happen, I feel like, and I feel like it can very well happen at some point next year, is you versus Nathan. That's the one. And I feel like he wants to come back. He's talked openly about that. That's got to get you excited, right? This is like he does, yeah. He
can't get his leg high, right? Like a high kick or nothing.
No, I don't think he's not one. I mean, Justin.
I'll take that fight.
Will you be watching?
No kick.
With great interest on Saturday. Will you watch that? Because I feel like he looks good in that fight. He's coming back, and you're the man.
Yeah, let's fucking go. I'm not chasing it. I'm not chasing. It's funny because like you're the third, probably the third person in the last week to bring his name up. And he's not even in the organization, and that would be a good one. I don't know. They're fighting in Dallas. That's a short flight from here and a short drive. It's not that far. But I'm actually, and Celsius is sponsoring the event. They were going to give me tickets to their box. But every summer, if I fight in the summer, we always go on a family vacation. My whole family, I rent a house out and we all go to the beach. So I'm actually driving out on that day, so I'm not going to be able to make it. But I'll be watching for sure.
Okay, I was going to invite you. You could have been my guest. I'll be there.
Man, trust me. If I wasn't leaving that same day, I would definitely be there.
You think he wins? No one seems to think he's going to win. The disrespect has been crazy.
Dude, I think he could win. I just think he's older, not as explosive, and his style. It's awkward and it looks. I think his boxing works, and he has good things he does. But for boxing in a ring against a boxer, not that Jake's a incredible boxer with angles and stuff like that, but he's dedicated himself to the craft, and I know he's young and strong and explosive. And all it takes is, one shot. And I think Jake's gonna win, but I could be wrong. If Nate gets him tired, Jake punches himself out. We all know Nate has a gas tank. So we'll see. I don't think Nate has the power to put. Jake is big, man. I mean, you've been around both of these guys. Jake is big compared to Nathan. With boxing gloves, that pity pat style, I think it's gonna be hard to put Jake away.
Just a couple more things, and I'll let you go real quick. I know you were focused on other things, but Michael Chandler and Conor McGregor's tweets on Saturday, how did they sit with you?
What did they say? I didn't see Conor's. I saw Michael's.
Yeah, you responded to Michael's, right?
The BMF belt.
Yeah. You said, shut your bitch ass up, I think it was.
Yeah.
You didn't like that?
No, dude. He got beat by both of us. And then he didn't admit to fucking doing the stuff he did. I don't know. He just rubs me the wrong way.
I think Conor was then saying that he wanted to fight Gaethje next as well. And then Gaethje shut him down.
Dude, he needs to pass a drug test, That's what he needs to do.
Gaethje said something like that as well.
Yeah, he needs to pass a drug test. And if we change the rules for him to compete to sell some pay-per-views, I mean, we make a mockery of, all this we put in place, all this they put in place. But they're the judge and the jury, so they do what they want to do. So we'll see, man.
There are some people, including a person on my show, but I don't want to say his name because I'm afraid that you're gonna be very mad if I ask this question. But I told him I would ask you the question. 170. He said we were talking about what you should do next, and he said he had the greatest idea of all time. You at 170 against Colby. I said, don't even mention this to Dustin. He's gonna hate me forever. He's never gonna come on the show again if I bring this up. So I just want to let you know this is not my suggestion. But what are your thoughts on this?
No. Dude, like everybody thinks that's another thing. Like Of course, I can make 170 because I walk around heavier than 170. But everybody thinks I'm fucking huge lightweight, dude. Trust me, I'm on the mats at American Top Team with handful of other fighters at 155 pounds who weigh more than me on a normal basis. Like I'm out of camp here in Louisiana. If I'm training a few times a week, I'm high 70s. I'm waking up 178. You know, that's not big. To the average person, that might seem like a lot, but in this day and age, lightweights in the UFC, dude, that's not heavy.
Right.
I think people kind of anchor on to when I was cutting to 45, and I said I got up to 190 a few times when I was cutting to 40. Dude, I haven't seen 190s in 6-7 years, however long I've been a lightweight. You know, I think my metabolism was getting busted up from cutting that weight, and my body's holding on to water. And you know, I would just get so swollen and big after I would start fighting, rehydrating, and eating normal foods again. The week after, when I would get back home, I would just get so swollen and heavy. But I'm not as big as people think I am. Not as heavy. I'm big. Not Chael Sonnen big, but I'm big.
I feel you. That version of Justin, can he beat Islam or Charles?
He has, dude. Like, I'm just being honest with you about everything, man. With everybody, this whole week. He has the wrestling credentials. You know, if his takedown defense holds up, I do think he can cause some problems for Islam. You know, he punches hard. I felt it through my guard. He hit me with 2 body shots, straight punches. Didn't like hurt me to where it didn't hurt any organs. Like I didn't get hit in the liver or anything. He kind of hit me in the chest, but I felt the power. Like his bones are dense. He punches hard and he throws everything into it. One hook got through, and at the last second, I was able to face roll it and not take it flush. You know, as soon as it like landed, I turned my head with it, and that saved me because I think there was a punch in there that I think if I wouldn't have turned my face, it would have stopped me. I just felt the heat off those things, man. He throws hard. If he catches Islam, if he stops Islam from taking it down and he throws those kind of punches and they land, he will go down. You know, that's the kind of puncher Gaethje is. So it just comes down to his wrestling defense, you know, if it holds up.
You made the comparison earlier to the Conor fight. I do want to remind everyone, you fought Conor many moons ago. It didn't go your way. You rematched him, you beat him, and then there was an immediate rematch. So if this is the same thing, why can't it be the same? You know, the roles are reversed here, but why can't you fight him? If the belt is being defended in October, why can't you fight in, say, I don't know, December, and then, you know, we find out trilogy. It's the same thing, right? What's the difference?
I feel like it's the same thing. The business side might be different. I don't think we're doing 1.8 million pay-per-view buys. When you do that type of stuff, rematches might happen a little quicker.
Yeah. Was it really 1.8? Which one? The first, the second, or the third?
1.6. I think the second was. Well, the second one might have been 1.8. The third was 1.6, I believe.
Wow. Do you want to fight again this year?
Dude, like I feel great. Like mentally, I feel clear. I was pretty like as soon as we walked out of the cage and went back to the back, I was there, no headache, no nothing, no. Damn, fucking sucks, bro. It's like we'll see if something comes up that makes sense. I think I still feel great, you know, and we still have 6 months left. So if something makes sense, I'll fight.
Last thing, what do you like? I could just
what
tell
makes
how
sense?
much it.
You know what makes sense.
Right. Well, there's not. Yeah. There's not much. You know, like I said, there's the Nate fight, the trilogy, if they want to go that route. My last thing for you is like I could see it just eating you up inside, talking about it, how frustrating it is. How do you spend your days now? Like, what are you going to do to not go crazy?
I was super busy, man. After the fight, I stayed one day extra. I didn't get back to my Airbnb that Saturday night till after the press conference, probably like 1 something a.m. And I had, you know, family, my coaches kind of kept me entertained, you know. Then the next day I met with my hot sauce partners and Celsius and a couple other business partners I have. And we had a brunch. So I was just really busy talking, staying busy. It hasn't really set in, but today I'm traveling, you know, I flew back and just got back and I'm by myself for a second here. My wife will pick up my daughter. They just got back a while ago, but you know, that's whenever it's kind of like we're setting in and I'm by myself. I'm really thinking about it hard now. It's quiet and it's tough to digest, man. It's tough to swallow, but that's fighting. You know, it's just tough stuff, bro.
Well, I don't know if
I
you've
got to stay
seen it.
busy. I got to stay busy. That's gonna
Yes.
that's gonna help me out. I got to stay busy. I've always done that though. Usually I jump right back in the gym. That's what keeps me like drowned out the noise in my head with work, with sweat equity, with just grinding. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that now. I'm definitely gonna be back in the gym here. I'll probably do jiu-jitsu on Friday, at my buddy's gym down the street. A buddy I grew up with has a gym, dude, 2 miles away from my house, and they have open mat every Friday. So I'm gonna go roll at Eric Scallon's gym, Gladiators Academy of Youngsville, and get some rolls in. Stay in the gym, have fun. I got buddies here who are fighting on the local circuit, pros and amateurs. Work with them, just stay in the gym. But I have a lot of businesses outside of fighting, and
Yes.
that stuff I think is going to keep, I've been going for 9 weeks, so that stuff I got a lot of catching up to. That stuff is going to keep me busy. I just got to keep my mind busy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise I'm a enemy to myself,
Right.
I have
I
to
don't
be
know
in
if you
I have
want
to be in conflict with something.
conflict,
kind of person I
not
am.
busy. Why conflict?
It just it is that I'm in a state of constant conflict. If it's not with an opponent, if it's not with a fight coming up, if it's not with a business challenge, I have to be at battle with something, or I'm harmful to myself.
And what do you mean by harmful to yourself?
Like just overthinking everything, or drinking too much. I have to be busy. I can't be doing nothing and just sitting back. I feel like I'm a danger to myself.
I don't know if you want to think about fighting, but I know you love boxing. If you want to just put your feet up and enjoy a masterpiece, have you watched Terence Crawford's win over Errol Spence? If you haven't,
I saw highlights. I saw highlights, but I will go back
you
and
need to
watch
watch
the
that,
whole
man.
card.
It was unbelievable. It's one of the greatest performances I've ever seen by a boxer. It was a true masterclass. It was. I was there, and I just couldn't believe what I was watching. It was unbelievable.
I'm a big boxing fan, man. Like
Yeah.
that was two guys at the top who, I'm surprised it got done and it happened. We don't see that
Yeah.
too often in boxing. So that was special that they did that. I can't wait to watch the whole thing.
Well, enjoy that. Enjoy the time at home.
But like, before you kick me off,
No. I just want to be cognizant of your time. I'll have you on for forever.
Nah, dude, it's all good. I just got back. I'm catching up. I'm not in a rush, but Wednesday here in Lafayette, we have a backpack pickup school supply drive. We'll be handing out backpacks filled with school supplies and food to Lafayette, Louisiana. So the foundation will keep me busy as well. I have that stuff going on. I always have something going on, but I just have to be working.
Where can people find out more about that?
thegoodfightgroup.com or the Good Fight Foundation Instagram or Twitter.
It's incredible that you keep doing that. Unbelievable. Are you doing an auction again?
Yeah, I'll auction off everything I wore to the cage on Saturday. We'll probably have it up in the next couple of days. Just getting back home.
And what is it going towards, or you have yet to determine?
Well, I mean, we were always setting goals. We have a big 5K. We partnered up and sponsored St. Jude's 5K this year in Baton Rouge, Louisiana in September. So after the backpack drive, that's the next big thing we're teaming up to do. And then, of course, we're going to have the Thanksgiving food drive and Christmas presents for children in need. And between those things, we're a little ways away from Thanksgiving. So we're going to do some stuff in the community until those goals. But we'll just fill in as we see we can help wherever.
Mm-hmm. Well, good luck with that. It's incredible that you guys do that. Much respect, much love, and thanks for jumping on, Dustin, especially after a flight and everything over this past weekend. Really appreciate it, and your insights are invaluable. So thanks for doing this, my man. Don't be too hard on yourself, and please let me never hear again you saying that you needed a BMF title to secure your legacy or any of that other nonsense. You didn't need that. It's already secure. All this is just gravy.
Appreciate you, man. I just felt like that was the one. That was like the one that locks it in. But
nah, that ain't.
Hey, that's the way life goes, man. That's the hurt business.
You, like I said to you privately, and I'll say it publicly, Dustin Poirier is the kind of fighter that I'm going to tell my grandkids about, that I got to cover, that I got to watch, that I had the privilege of watching. So we are all in debt to you, owe you a lot, and nothing that happened on Saturday will change or from here on out. So please don't be too hard on yourself. And thank you for all the great fights and the fights that are about to come. Because as I said to you as well, you always come back a million times better after these heartbreaking losses. Every single one, you could then point to a winning streak, a big run. And so we are expecting the same this time out.
Thank you, man. Yeah, missed the bounce back, dude. Fall down 7, get
That's
up 8. The story of my freaking life. And I do want to say thank you to all the fans, like reaching out, and I have felt the love. I appreciate that.
All right,
And
thanks,
I'm better
Dustin.
than that. I'm better than what happened Saturday night. I promise you. I'm slick. I'm a nasty motherfucker, man. I just got caught. I didn't see it. Justin Gaethje, incredible work.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Dustin. Talk to you soon.
Thanks,
Take
brother.
care.
Thank you, man.
There he is, Dustin Poirier. What can you say about that guy? How could he not be one of your favorites? Coming on, answering the questions, being honest, being open, authentic, vulnerable. How could you not appreciate that? What a sport. Golly, what a sport. What a privilege. What a privilege to be able to do this and talk to these people after these big moments, fighting in front of 18, 19,000 people, in front of hundreds of thousands, millions of people around the world. And then the music stops. 48 hours later, they're back home in their, in their house and just talking to the world and letting, you don't get that. Do you guys understand? You don't get that in other sports, combat in particular. But, even in boxing, it's a little tough. There's a lot of layers there. In this sport in particular, you don't get to talk to Steph Curry 24 hours after a win like this, or a loss, or LeBron, or pick a guy, right? Aaron Rodgers, Connor McDavid. You don't get that. These guys are available. They're open. They're honest. They're willing to speak. They don't give you BS answers. And I'm talking about Dustin, but I'm not just talking about Dustin. It's 99% of the guys. What a privilege. It's an amazing, amazing thing that we get to do and partake in and share with all of you. And that's why it drives me nuts when people are disrespectful to the fighters and who slide in their DMs and talk about their parlays and talk about their you suck. Imagine getting mocked for getting head kicked by Justin Gaethje. Every single person watching this show right now, if you aren't a pro fighter, and even if you probably are, you're getting head kicked by Justin Gaethje in the first 10 seconds of this fight. You're not making it past the first 10. We don't possess the DNA. We don't possess whatever it is inside that these men and women possess. Please think about this the next time you try to talk shit to a fighter on social media. You wouldn't do it to their face. I can assure you of that. Someone came up to me on Friday. This is not even close, but came up to me on Friday. He's like, could you unblock me? Why did I block you? Because I said X, Y, and Z. Well, then you deserve to be blocked. And then I can't even imagine the shit that they get. The shit that they get after they are naked in front of us, wearing 4-ounce gloves, tights, this thin, and you got hit kicked by one of the best fighters on the planet. So you made the walk, you trained for 9 weeks, you're one of the greatest fighters of all time. And I had to jump in there and remind him that BMF title means nothing. Nothing to his legacy, to his resume, nothing. Interim champ, fought them all, beat the vast majority of them. Much respect, Dustin Poirier. Gentlemen, any thoughts on Dustin or anything else that we heard? How about Rose Namajunas telling us she almost retired? I mean, it's a lot of stuff here before we pack the bags and go to Dallas. GC used to have to book. Who'd you have to book? Baseball players on game night? I mean, what a sport. Aren't you just so glad that you found these people?
We were lucky if we got a baseball player to join us on game night. It was usually, ESPN, MLB writer, fill in the blank there. Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. The sport really is insane. You summed it up perfectly.
Excited for Dallas?
Am I excited for Dallas?
I feel like GC might be the most excited of the entire team.
Scale of 1 to 10, we're at a 12 right now. I mean,
we're at 12. We've been at 12 this whole time, according to New York Rick.
Then make it a 13. I'm at 13. Rick's birthday tomorrow as well. I got the boarding pass in the wallet. I'm ready to go. We're heading over to Newark.
I thought you were going to be rocking a Mavericks Western Conference champion shirt, not a.
This is Jazz, man. Shout out to Salt Lake City. Show some love for 291.
All right. Do we got any Dallas merch?
We're going to see, man. We're going to see. We got a few days to cover. Good thing is they got a lot of pro sports teams down there in Dallas. But, yeah, we might have a thing or two up our sleeve.
If you show up wearing Dallas Stars gear, I don't know. There's only one man who could rock the Dallas Stars, Mike Modano jersey.
A Mike Modano jersey would be great.
That would be great.
They got a chip, right? 1999 Stanley Cup champions, Frank?
Oh, no. The fact that you knew
Something
that,
like that.
so quickly
Something
is
like
a sign of things to come. You wouldn't rock Cowboys gear, though.
I'd wear a Cowboys shirt if it was cool.
You would? Wow.
90s
Cowboys. Yeah, but they're
Is that
kind
a
of
slight,
laughing
Frank?
stock now.
No, it's just I was living there when that was happening.
Oh, sure you
Mavericks.
were, of course. I'm probably most excited for all the you guys know what this is? All the factoids that we're about to get from Texas.
The
That's going to
funnest
be the
part,
best.
I promise. If
Frank
we're gonna
Max.
go to a restaurant, you're gonna be like, "Oh, where are the wings?" And you'll notice they say cowboy wings instead of buffalo wings.
No, they don't.
They literally changed them when I was there. I mean, Texas does weird things like freedom fries instead of French fries.
Shut up.
That is bizarre.
I'm
So
excited
they're
for
called cowboy wings?
They changed it in the '90s at some restaurants, and you could still
Oh, that's
find like
probably just
Ivy.
those.
we're going to get there, and it's going to say buffalo wings.
Yeah, of course.
Or he's going to purposely take us to a place that sells cowboy wings. Just to prove his point.
Oh, just to prove a point. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah,
the that's like
petty
the bars. By the way, that's like the bars in New York that changed. You know, there were some bars named like O'Brady's during the Super Bowl, and they changed it to O'Manning's. That's like a little like gimmick thing. 20 years later or 30 years later now, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Is it
it's moved
30 years? Jeez Louise, it is 30 years.
Yeah.
They ain't doing that. Come on, Frank. No one's holding a grudge against the great city of Buffalo 30 years later. Well, it's going to be
Must-do
great.
thing? Anyone?
What's that?
Thing you have to do while you're in Dallas?
Oh, yeah, what's that?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys.
Well, I mean, I feel like
Book
there's only one person who can
depository.
answer the question. Is it the book
Reunion Tower?
depository?
Yeah.
I've been to the depository a couple times. It is a great experience. Can you go up Reunion Tower?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe we'll
That's
go
the
up
one
it.
with. Is that the one with the big circle on top?
Yeah. Yeah, like the
Wow.
iconic one. I'm being told to go to a Buc-ee's as well, world's largest convenience store. Also home to the world's largest car wash as well.
Car wash, really?
Yeah.
Okay. World's
Yeah,
largest
all in
car
all.
wash.
Can't wait for Dallas.
Mm. Man, everyone's coming for Connor, huh? McGregor, that is.
I mean, when you tweet the way he tweeted, you put yourself in the crosshairs, no?
Yeah, I'm seeing Masvidal. I saw obviously what Gaethje said, what Poirier says. It's just times have changed. It's a crazy time.
What do you mean?
It's
Is that like, would you not have expected this 5 years ago? I feel like this is exactly what would happen.
5 years ago. The narrative was like you haven't beaten anyone. Now the narrative, like, would you ever have predicted the arc of you haven't beaten anyone? Everyone wants to fight you. You're a steroid user. Like I just wasn't expecting this career arc. You know, like this wasn't the
That is the
turn that I was
go-to
expecting.
on him now, yeah.
Yes,
Everyone just
it
goes
used
to
to be
the
you haven't
steroids.
fought anyone. It used to be Mr. Lucky
I don't know if that was
Charms,
5 years
Leprechaun.
ago, though. That's like 10 years ago.
No, what are you talking about? 6 years ago. Well, like 2015, 2016. I guess it's 7
8
years ago.
years ago.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. It all feels like 8
Yeah,
years,
like
5
what I
years.
just said.
It's all the
you
same.
know, like, yeah.
It's not 10. 10 was 2013.
Yeah, that's like
Is it
debut
really
time.
that long?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. So yeah, not that much different. But
Oh
when
my
he's
God.
he's out here talking about, he's calling Poirier's hot sauce like, you know, red water. He's telling Justin Gaethje he'll knock him out in one, and that the BMF belt is trash, and he's not a BMF. You get what you get.
Red water, I have to say, I enjoy the
No,
Poirier
it's
hot
tremendous.
sauce.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
like
great
it too.
product.
It is
Hop
good.
water, too.
Maybe, by the way,
Speaking of water.
doesn't he also have I think it was the one that Frank enjoyed and Joe. Doesn't he also have like a drink? No, that's the other one. He has a drink.
Sparkling water, yeah, hop water.
Hot water.
No,
Yeah.
not the hop water. He has an alcoholic drink. No, or am I crazy?
Yes. He
Yes.
sends a whole shipment of it here.
Yes.
Bourbon.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
Frank and Joe took a bottle home.
No, that was the other one. That was the I think that was a mezcal. Oh, they took a bottle. That's right.
The mezcal they finished at home.
Yeah.
I think Rick took a bottle
I did.
himself.
I did. I haven't cracked it open
That's
yet.
right.
Rick has not cracked it open. He's gonna finish when
Come
the
on.
diet's done.
All right.
The
Oh, you
diet
can't have
will be-
alcohol during that.
Wow, the
Even
diet
that kind of
will never be
alcohol.
done.
What is it? This is it. Can
What?
you not have alcohol like that kind of alcohol when you're? I know like beer
How many
isn't good
pencils
for
do
you, but
have?
I have a
I
lot.
think it depends on your diet. Yeah, you can have alcohol,
Okay.
but usually,
right.
like I would say, clear liquor is probably what most people go. Vodka soda type situation.
Right.
Mezcal.
Yeah, mezcal is easy. Does the show miss a beat at all if I'm not there? Just curious. Like, does anyone even
Sometimes
notice?
we
No one
skip
said
an
anything.
ad read here and there.
No, we've got one more.
Hmm.
What did we skip?
Oh.
Did I skip one?
No, you just asked me to remind you. This is your reminder.
You can't say I skipped it if it hasn't come to that time.
Oh.
It feels like it's a pretty seamless thing. Just throwing it out there.
Don't get too.
Nah, I'm just
comfortable.
kidding.
Don't get
Love the studio. Are you kidding me? But thank you for that reminder, Frank. Very kind of you. A final reminder that today's episode is brought to you by our good friends over at DAZN. Of course, DAZN is the destination to watch the international disruptor, Jake the Problem Child Paul, take on combat sports icon Nathan Diaz. 10 rounds, 185 pounds, American Airlines Center. I mean, what a perfect song choice this is. You could just feel the tension, the anticipation. It's going to be fantastic. And of course, you can watch it live on DAZN pay-per-view worldwide on August 5th. Now, here's what we want you to do. Use any device to watch. Tablet, mobile phone, smart TV, laptop, whatever you want, anywhere you want. And with DAZN, of course, you can get more than 50 fights a year. We just found out about the big Josh Warrington, Lee Wood battle, October 7th. So many big fights coming up. Women's Champions League soccer, darts, pool, and a whole lot more. Monthly, you can get it for just $19.99. Very excited to be working with them this week, with the whole team. Todd, Sean, Alicia Bumgartner, Dan Hardy, Ade, Akin Barak. I might be missing one or two. Jimmy Lennon Jr. is going to be there. I mean, it's going to be a who's who, and of course, the MMA Hour is going to be there as well, beginning Wednesday. Site of the open workouts, The Factory in Deep Ellum. Wednesday, August 2nd, 4 p.m. Eastern. Diaz Paul. MMA Hour on site, and then, of course, Friday after the ceremonial weigh-ins at approximately 6 Eastern, we will have a third edition of the show. I mean, golly, this is a great time to be alive. Watch Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz, Saturday, August 5th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Sign up right now at DAZN.com. Yeah. All right, we're good. Shout out to my good friend JJ Watt for sending Burnley kits to the kids. I mean, what a mensch this guy is. Even on the stationery, Dude Perfect is their sponsor. Of course, we're not changing allegiances. Don't get crazy. Don't get crazy with your talk of us changing allegiances. We're not. But of course, JJ Watt wants to send you custom gear. You're taking the custom gear. All right.
So
you know yourself.
Do we need to get a running list like you're rubbing elbows with now? Dame Lillard's coming up to you. Chance the Rapper's coming up to you. JJ Watt sending you stuff. Like, do we need to just where are we at in the celebrity realm at this point?
I mean, listen.
Sleeping during a Seinfeld. So
He's not big enough.
Can't be bothered. Seinfeld's not big
can't
enough
be bothered.
anymore.
We'll see. I mean, you'll get to experience it in person. It's been a while since we've been to a fight together, right?
Yeah. Wow. When is the last time?
Were you at Romero Adesanya?
Yes, I was.
That was the last one. UFC 248 before the world.
Greatest build
changed
ever
forever.
for the worst fight ever.
Go.
Phil Murphy gulping. That was great. Shout out Phil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Zhang Weili, Ioanni, and Jacek. So much has changed. So little has changed. Zhang Weili's champion and Israel's champion.
Yeah.
But yes, what a time. So I'm looking forward to it, gents. Very much looking forward to it. And happy early birthday to you, New York Rick.
Thank you.
Will you
See
get the
you guys
Barbie
tomorrow.
cake at Cold Stone?
No, I don't think
Jersey
that's in the
Mike?
cards.
Are you guys having a Jersey Mike's party after this? And is that what I'm missing?
You chose not to be here.
It's the only reason Rick came in the studio.
Oh
Came in
my
just
god!
for the barbecue.
I did think about it. I will admit I did think about it, but there was no way I was going to make it. There was no way. You guys should all be lucky that I'm here, if I'm being honest. Do you want me to tell you about my travel? No, I won't tell you about my travel. Do you want me? I can tell you about the 3 boardings and the deplaning. And
I think we got enough in the chance to wrap.
Travel issues. Travel issues. There it is. Summed up. That's it. Travel
Never
issues.
had issues like this. Someone asked me, "Have you ever missed a show because of travel issues?" No, still haven't.
See, but the smart thing you do, you try to get out quick. See, if you had been like trying to get out late, then you might have gotten stuck.
No, you can't do that.
Me and Helwani on the same flight out on Sunday.
Trust me. This is the latest flight I've ever booked in a very long time. It was 9:45, only because there was nothing earlier. Where I think taking the 7, I'm never even. If it means taking a different airline and going to a different airport, I'm always going to take the first available from now on after the experience I had yesterday. By the way, a lot of complaints about airlines. I want to give a shout out to the good people over at United. They were calm. They were respectful. No, I'm serious. I feel like we only hear about. What is this?
This is like ad read music.
No, I just want to give them a shout out. I want to give them a shout out because they were very, very kind. They were very, very kind, and I think that there's a lot of belly aching and complaining, and I think that sometimes it's out of their control. They've got like. Can I tell you about the craziest thing? Just one last thing.
Here we go.
They told us that the flight was getting canceled, and then all of a sudden I get a text. This is the craziest part. I get a text. Your flight has been canceled. You're now on a new flight. And so when I got the text that the flight was canceled, immediately I thought it was going to be canceled for the next day. So I went on the app right away and I bought a flight at midnight because I was like, oh, at least this is how dedicated I am to the program. At least if I get the midnight flight, I'll land by 8 a.m. I could do the show. For some reason, I had August 6th on my mind because that's next weekend. And so I bought the flight for August 6th. So my plan wouldn't even work. I was like, wow, this is pretty great. I have a new flight. But then I go back to the text and everyone's like, did you get the text? Did you get the text? I'm like, yeah, I got the text. The flight's been canceled. Like, no, look at the new time. It's new flight number, new time. But all of a sudden, same plane, same gate. So I was like, what happened? Then we looked at the seat map. No, we looked at the seat map and they randomly took people off the plane. So now we're sitting in this cramped terminal, like this gate. And there are people there. It was like Lord of the Flies. There were people there. Some people had been taken off. Some people are staying on. I felt very bad for those people.
Were you around when it happened, or were you away?
Yes. No, they were right there.
So they never did like we'll give you a credit if you take a later flight. They never did that.
They never did that. They
all of a sudden booted them.
Yes,
wow.
I've never seen
United,
this before.
Man. Shout out to United.
Yeah, I know.
I bet the people that got booted are not saying shout out to United today.
Listen, some of those people.
Mr.
I guess they got to go to
right this way. You ruffian.
Exactly.
No,
I'm gonna get on the plane on Sunday.
I felt bad. I actually offered some of them to take my spot. I felt really bad, but then I remember I had a show to do, so I was like,
sure you did.
But all they said was refresh the app, and all of a sudden now I'm on a new flight, bag still on the plane, but all these people are queuing up next to us, trying to. I've never seen anything like that.
I'm going to be squeezing by on the plane on Sunday back to economy to my middle seat right next to the bathroom. He's going to be in first class with his warm towel over his face. I'll be like, hey, what's up, man? He's like, no pictures.
No pictures, no autographs.
Just to be fair, don't say hi or anything. It's very awkward when people say hi on the way to the bag. Let's pretend we don't know each other for that period.
All right. You better commit to that because I'm committing to it. Don't even look at me. I'm not even going to act like you're there.
Oh my gosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Errol Helwani on today's flight.
I was in the back. I was in the back with people. No,
the back of first class?
Are you okay? Are you all right?
Yeah, I was right next to the curtain.
Yeah. My wife got mad one time where I took the front, the first class, and they sat all the way in the last row. But I was like, what, one of us has to sit in the front.
As they should have. You should have given it up to her, man.
I'm kidding. Of course I did. Anyway, gents, what a time we have ahead of us. I can't wait. But it is time to go. Best part about this is I don't have to sit in 2-hour traffic going home. I'm actually not wearing any pants whatsoever right now. Do you know that?
I believe it.
No
Yeah.
pants.
You can tell.
This, by the way, is a real bookshelf.
Yeah. Can you just grab one of the books? There you go.
Yes.
Actually, when I went to Screensaver the one time,
what?
We were full screen on Bobby Green. It worked out perfectly. Except you were like, "Oh, there goes my," and it made Bobby freeze. So it was like a nice awkward silence.
Bobby's sitting at the top of the stairs there, or what?
Yeah, I like that. Nice and comfy, carpeted stairs.
I mean,
Oh, is the music?
Bannister
I didn't even
can
notice
also
the
be a
music was
seat back.
playing. Frank, you need to boost the music a little bit. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you to Bobby Green. Thank you to Rose Namajunas. Thank you to Jiří Procházka, Stephen Thompson, and of course, Dustin Poirier. Thanks to all of you listening. Oh, it keeps coming in and out, so I'm trying to time it. By the way, I said last week that we aren't going to do questions on Wednesday. We are going to do questions on Wednesday. It's going to be a star-studded affair, live from the open workouts. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. We'll answer your questions. We'll make picks. I'm going to ask GC to make his picks with the fighters sitting in the chair so they can know just exactly who everyone is going for on the program. And if you could do me a favor, it looks like there's a piece of paper on my desk over there. If someone could just get rid of it and also tuck in the chair. It's a little bit unkempt at the moment. See, it's like it's facing the other way. I think it's because of the watch party. They like to mess with my things. So if you just like tuck it in, it's acting, you know, my OCD is acting up. Anyway, back on Wednesday, live from Dallas. Different time, different place. Until then, we say peace.